A Sancoff nasceu de uma história linda, formada pelo Sr. Fernando Paiva, nossa referência na cafeicultura da região. E a Sancoff teve a sorte de ser uma de suas heranças. Em 1999, juntamos com o Sr. Fernando Paiva alguns produtores aqui na região e fizemos a aquisição do armazém da Minas Coffee. Selecionamos 20 produtores alinhados com os mesmos valores, a mesma cultura e o foco no café especial. E desde então eu brinco que eu coloquei a mochila nas costas e fui andar pelo mundo já promovendo os cafés da Sancoff, os cafés da nossa região.
Here at Mercanta, we care deeply about coffee quality, the extraordinary stories behind all of the amazing producers we buy coffee from, and we value each and every relationship we make with all of those producers. We've been trading specialty coffee since 1996 and have offices all throughout the world in the United States, London, Glasgow, Berlin, Singapore, and the Middle East. We are proud to sponsor this year's Green Coffee Summit. Here at Mercanta, we care deeply about coffee quality, the extraordinary stories.
All right, hello, and thank you all for being here with us. My name is Kim Elena Ionescu, and I am the Chief Sustainability and Knowledge Development Officer here at the Specialty Coffee Association. It's great to be back and to be here seeing you all at this online event. It's been a little over a year since the first Green Coffee Summit, and a lot has changed since then, some for better and some for worse. On the positive side, since August of 2021, when we had our first of these Green Coffee Summits, in-person gatherings have returned in a big way. And while I still marvel at the technology that enables me to speak to you all here from my home in North Carolina, it's undoubtedly true that many of our relationships and our negotiations have been aided by the conversations and negotiations that we're again able to have in person. The frost in Brazil that we talked about last year in the event did not result in a disastrous, outrageous coffee shortage in 2022, although, of course, I don't mean to dismiss the impact of that frost on the individual farms in affected regions. Also, the shipping container shortage, the pressure on supply chains, the slowdowns like the one encapsulated by the Ever Given, that ship stuck in the Suez Canal in March of 2021, those have changed as well. We have a little bit less pressure in many ways, but even as some pressures have subsided, others have increased in magnitude. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has put a bunch of pressures on coffee supply chains worldwide. Sociopolitical shifts in coffee producing and consuming regions mean that trade, like so many other things, feels uncertain. Then you add the pressures of climate change and COVID-19, which may not be at the top of our list of threats for everyone all the time anymore, but still affects us all individually and at community levels. It's as clear as ever that we need to be talking to each other and listening to each other if we want to sustain our businesses and, of course, sustain our industry as a whole. As always seems to be the case, there's going to be a lot to talk about, and the speakers that we've selected for this year's event have been selected to provide a whole array of perspectives, especially in the middle of the complex web of relationships that make up the coffee system. We're also going to hear from people who are outside of the value chain, like research institutions whose perspectives can help us to see where we need to change our behaviors and to challenge our mindsets and give us a way to reflect on ourselves. We also, of course, in these events want to hear from you. So we have a chat feature. I hope you'll take a moment to introduce yourselves and tell us what led you to join us here for this conversation today. While panelists and presenters are speaking, I hope you can share your reflections on what you're hearing and ask all of the questions, whether they're basic or advanced, because an event like this is really designed to bring people together who have all sorts of different levels of experience with green coffee and with the coffee industry as a whole. And of course, if you miss something, never fear. We're going to be recording all of these presentations and uploading them to the Green Coffee Resource Library. We will be populating that with relevant articles and talks and other resources as we create them and come across them in the months to come. And if you have suggestions for resources that would be good for us to add, I hope that you'll put those in the chat window also. Maybe at the end of today's talks, you can dig around in that resource library and you can find something new. We've put, I think, more than 50 different talks and articles in there just in preparation for the launch of this year's event. So there's a lot of new stuff. On the first day of the event, today, we're going to be focusing on the coffee market in North America and factors that buyers and sellers to this market should keep in mind. It's a large and a diverse region. So when it comes to market preferences, there's a lot to talk about. And for most of the day, we're going to be looking at trends and strategies pretty broadly, then trying to apply them to more specific cases. We'll start by using the SCA's own recent initiatives to sort of set the stage for the rest of the conversations, asking questions like, what attributes make coffee valuable? And how is that value recognized and rewarded? For example, through cupping. Green coffee buyers will be wise to pay attention to some of the lessons from the Sustainable Coffee Buyer's Guide that we'll be talking about. And buyers and sellers alike will benefit from a coffee industry-based exploration of a topic that's probably often discussed but not well understood, impact investing. And for everyone who's eager to know how these big picture concepts relate to the business of specialty coffee, especially to small business, we're going to finish our day with a panel discussion about market shifts and trends, looking at them through the lens of the experiences of buyers and sellers in the market. And then on Thursday, we'll return and focus on the European and UK coffee markets with another set of topics selected for the relevance to buyers and sellers operating in that geographic region. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge all of the experiences and the energy that has made this event possible, from the presenters and the panelists to the authors of the resources like articles that we've published in the library. Also, of course, the Green Coffee Summit is made possible thanks to the support of our generous sponsors. Thank you to title sponsor Barista Attitude, supporting sponsors BWT Water and More, Mercanta, and San Coffee Brazil. We're going to begin with a 4-part series on understanding coffee value that will introduce some of the work that the SCA has been doing on tools we use as an industry and within supply chains to quantify and communicate what specialty coffee is. I'll be speaking first, followed by 3 of my colleagues, and then we'll all be back here for a question and answer discussion live session. So there's a lot to talk about, a lot to learn. I hope you'll bring your questions, and until then, enjoy. Over the next half hour of this year's Green Coffee Summit, my colleagues and I will be talking about some of the work that the Specialty Coffee Association has been doing for the past few years to rethink how coffee quality is recognized and rewarded. We're also going to talk a little bit about the work ahead. For those that don't know me, my name is Kim Elena Ionescu, and I'm here today to guide you as we enter a new world of coffee value. It might not feel very different from the world that we currently inhabit, at least not yet, because systemic change happens very, very slowly. But there is enormous potential here. Before we venture into this unknown, let's start with what we do know, including a shared love of coffee. Here I've listed a few things that the specialty coffee industry and our customers cherish about the coffees we grow, roast, brew, and drink. We love it because it tastes so good. We love it because it's sustainable. And there are many other things to love about coffee as well, of course. Recently, as you may have seen, the SCA started to refer to this list of things to love about coffee using the word attributes. Attributes are recognizable elements of a product, in our case, a particular coffee, that make it special to us and differentiate it from other coffees. We can think of attributes as a collection of all the properties that make any given coffee what it is. And furthermore, what makes a special coffee special. A coffee's flavor profile and cupping score are attributes of a particular coffee, as are its physical appearance and grade. Roast color and bean size are attributes of a coffee, but so are the name of the farm where it was grown and the country it came from. This coffee here might even carry a certification. These attributes would all contribute, albeit in different ways, to our conception of what this coffee is and what makes it special. We might visualize them as a sort of halo of properties that define and give meaning to the coffee, whatever it is. And we could also visualize them as building blocks of quality. In accordance with this way of understanding quality, the SCA in 2021 published a new definition of specialty coffee based on the concept of attributes. It states, specialty coffee is a coffee or a coffee experience recognized for its distinctive attributes and because of these attributes has significant extra value in the marketplace. Seeing specialty coffee this way, as a collection of distinctive attributes, leads to a breakdown of the binary classification of specialty coffee and commercial coffee that our industry has used to organize and explain itself in recent decades. The reality is that when it comes to buying and selling coffee, many coffees have some distinctive attributes, but maybe not enough or enough of the ones we want to qualify as specialty to us. Other coffees may have so many more valuable attributes than even the average specialty coffee that they would seem to belong to yet a third super premium category. Many arguments have been had over where to draw lines between these categories we have invented, and consensus has always eluded us. So instead of trying to create distinct classes, we have chosen to describe the marketplace as a continuum, where coffees become more specialty as they accumulate valuable attributes. That accumulation and the recognition of different degrees of specialty is important. Looking at the definition again, we can see that it makes an explicit connection between attributes and value in the marketplace. To put it simply, a coffee with more attributes should have more value in the marketplace. A coffee with more attributes suited to the buyers in the marketplace, which for now we can think of as better attributes, should receive better value. There's a lot of room for interpretation in what constitutes more and better when it comes to individual coffee transactions. Coffee drinkers are diverse, and so are their preferences. Depending on where you live in the world, you will be exposed to and appreciate flavors that someone in a different part of the world might not care for, whether we're talking about our favorite coffees or our favorite condiments. Like consumers, coffee producers are also diverse, and the attributes definition embraces that diversity. Some buyers love to taste lemon in their coffee, which is great for producers of coffee with lots of acidity. Other buyers look for notes of cocoa and nuts, which benefits producers whose coffees fit that profile. To be clear, this slide is not a guide to international coffee consumer preferences, but rather a representation or illustration of the specialty coffee marketplace at the global level in all of its diversity. And by linking attributes to value, the attributes definition suggests that if we can measure a coffee's attributes, we can understand its value, or what makes us, and consumers, perceive certain coffees as special. That rationale is the foundation of the coffee assessment system that we are in the process of creating. Our goal is to be able to identify and measure the valuable attributes in coffee, including cupping score and flavor profile, but also, if you remember our little coffee bean friend, the farm name, so that we can better assess coffee's value and therefore understand what specialty means in different contexts. By building a shared understanding of attributes and value, we believe we will be able to make coffee better as the market continues to grow and develop all over the world in ways that early advocates for specialty coffees versus commercial coffees could only have imagined. So now let's dig further into attributes. Our emerging value assessment system divides attributes into 3 categories: descriptive sensory attributes, affective sensory attributes, and extrinsic attributes. These category terms may be new, but after hearing a little bit of additional explanation from my FCA colleagues, Mario, Peter, and Jen, I think many of you will feel familiar with examples in each category.
Let's talk about descriptive sensory attributes. Descriptive sensory attributes are one of the most important intrinsic attributes of coffee. Nowadays, it's very common to see coffee packages with the flavor notes or flavor profiles to convey to the consumer what to expect in the cup. And this has proven to be a very important way to communicate attributes to consumer, and it's even more important today than other intrinsic attributes such as the cupping score, for example. But what are those flavor notes? In reality, those flavor notes are a way to express sensory descriptive attributes. There are many ways how you can come up with those descriptive notes. Of course, you can ask someone to tell them what they perceive in coffee and produce a list of attributes for you. But there are more scientific ways to understand the descriptive attributes of coffee based on sensory science. And we do that as consumers every now and then. Imagine that you go to this restaurant where you absolutely loved their pumpkin soup and you loved it so much you want to replicate it at home. So you ask the chef for the recipe, and the chef of course won't give you the recipe because it's a secret. Then what would you do? You would try to guess the recipe based on what you sense in the soup as different flavor notes. You might say, oh, of course this has some pumpkin, and maybe they added some roasted pumpkin seeds, and maybe they added some spices, and so on and so forth. What you are doing there is basically analyzing the soup's flavor in an effort to decompose that flavor in specific components for you to later replicate it. This could happen also, and often happens with single products, such as apples, coffee, and chocolate. We could say that apples taste like apples, coffee tastes like coffee, and chocolate tastes like chocolate, but that's not the case. Each of those products can, in fact, show a very wide range of flavor profiles. And saying that coffee tastes like coffee is not helpful at all when we attempt to describe it. So what we want to do with those single products is to do the same thing we did to the soup. We want to decompose that flavor stimulus into its different components. Very much like a prism decomposes a beam of white light into its component colors. In sensory science, the way how we do that is through the use of trained descriptive panels. A trained descriptive panel is a panel of tasters who have been trained in describing a specific coffee or describing a wide range of flavors, and then they can profile that product. The best example of that use is what was done to produce the WCR sensory lexicon and SCA's flavor wheel. What was done was to feed a large number of coffee samples to a descriptive panel in Kansas State University, and they came up with over 100 different descriptors to describe all those different samples, and then they suggested specific sensory references to represent each of those descriptors, and even to represent a specific intensity for those descriptors. That gives you a very powerful tool to describe coffee flavor, because the references are objective, they are out there, and therefore those tests can be replicated by any panel which has been trained using the same references. So to summarize, a descriptive assessment is a quantitative sensory test that seeks to profile a product on all of its perceived sensory attributes. Let's remember, this is an objective test. Even though it uses humans, it's not based in liking or quality. We just want to take a picture of the product without saying if we like that picture or not. It identifies sensory attributes, ideally using a standardized familiar vocabulary such as the flavor wheel that we have for the coffee industry. And it utilizes references for shared understanding so that you and I can know that whenever we say strawberry, we are talking about the same flavor stimulus. And performance can be assessed against other trained panelists, which means that we can track your performance as a descriptive panelist against the panel as a whole, or against other panels or other descriptive panelists. Now, what we are proposing to do for coffee is to do descriptive assessment, since it has become so important for our industry. We have not been including descriptive assessment formally in our flavor evaluations. The idea would be to do such assessment based on WCR lexicon and the SCA WCR flavor wheel. We would use a way to describe the flavor, which is called kata, meaning check all that apply, and some intensity scales for general attributes such as fragrance intensity or aroma intensity or acidity intensity. And we have been doing several studies using this approach for a number of years. We believe cuppers can act as a quasi-descriptive panel. In fact, we have validated some of these descriptive assessments done by cuppers by formal descriptive panels, and there is a high degree of correlation. And finally, this can be validated with quantitative descriptive analysis or other descriptive panels, and the data can be integrated into a large data set or library for the use of the community whenever applicable. Thank you.
Effective assessment of coffee's sensory attributes is a big part of how we value coffee, particularly in the specialty coffee world. Effective assessment differs from descriptive assessment in some important ways, and understanding the difference between the two is a big part of appraising coffee's value. Whereas descriptive assessment answers the question, what does it taste like? Effective assessment can answer a different category of questions, such as these two. Do I like the coffee? And how much? And is this coffee of high quality? These questions are answered in different ways, but both are related to the emotional response, the effect that a food or drink has on a taster. Here you see two examples. The first is a photo of my daughter, the first time she ate watermelon. The look on her face makes it clear that she's having a powerful, positive response to the flavor of the fruit. This is known as a hedonic response because it's related to pleasure. A professional wine taster may have a more complex response to a glass of wine and may analyze their own hedonic responses within the context of others' preferences and quality norms. Though this process is more analytical, it's fundamentally the same. It's a process of measuring human response to the stimulus of flavor. In sensory science, the definition of effective assessment is as follows. It's any method used to assess acceptance, liking, preference, or emotions for a stimulus or stimuli. But what does this mean within the context of a coffee cupping? We might use descriptive analysis to objectively evaluate the constituent flavors of a coffee, but how do we measure effective responses to coffee's flavors? In coffee, we've developed a term that captures the essence of effective assessment in a coffee cupping, and we call it the impression of quality. The impression of quality is a coffee taster's opinion of the distinctiveness and desirability of a coffee sensory category, reflecting either their own preference or a known market preference. So this is how a cupper switches from describing the coffee's sensory attributes to expressing their impressions of a coffee's quality in response to those attributes. This process relies on a cupper's expert opinion developed through experience. Now, it's important to remember that this assessment, like all effective measures, is subjective. It might reflect a cupper's personal response or a known market preference. In other words, predicting others' effective responses. Importantly, one would not expect perfect alignment between cuppers on effective measurements, since they're based on individual or market preferences, which are diverse. And in fact, this is exactly what we see. Diversity in effective measurements throughout the coffee world. In sensory science, the classic tool to measure effective response is called the 9-point hedonic scale, which was developed in the 1940s to measure consumer response to foods. The scale goes from like extremely, which is a 9, to dislike extremely, a 1. The midpoint is neutral and scores a 5. The great thing about the 9-point hedonic scale is that it is adaptable to a variety of contexts. The smiley hedonic scale, used here, can be used even across language barriers, which is a great example of a 9-point hedonic scale used for children. In our next phase of coffee value assessment, we're planning on introducing a formal effective assessment to accompany a descriptive assessment in coffee cupping. This will be based on the concept of impression of quality, and we'll use a 9-point hedonic scale. We've figured out a way to translate this hedonic rating to the familiar 1-point coffee scale that we're accustomed to. We're excited about the potential of this tool, and we know it'll help us paint a much clearer picture of coffee's value.
Before we jump into the final bit of today's joint presentation, let's take a really quick moment to recap. Thanks to Kim's presentation, you'll now have a really solid understanding of what we mean when we say attributes, how cupping is used to assess flavor attributes, and the fact that people value attributes differently depending on their preferences. From Mario, you will have learned more about how we measure a coffee's intrinsic attributes through sensory testing and how descriptive testing helps us to create profiles for consumers or to help us align along your own supply chain. And finally, from Peter, you'll have learned how effective assessment is different from descriptive assessment, why effective assessment is so important, and all about that 9-point hedonic scale. So if you've been keeping tabs since we first showed this list of attribute types, you may have noticed that we've covered 2 of the 3 categories of attributes, but we haven't yet dug into the 3rd category, extrinsic attributes. And that's my job here today. I'm actually going to start us off with a story. Nearly 6 years ago, as I was helping to prepare a panel of speakers on green buying ethics for the first ever Roaster Guild of Europe camp, the role and value of a coffee story, specifically a verifiable story, came up again and again as I was chatting with these amazing presenters who were going to be giving this panel. To put this idea to the test, we planned a cupping where attendees would assess coffees from Bolivia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Brazil, and Myanmar without any identifying information, and then again with more identifying information about the coffee. And we would ask them to score it both before and after having access to that information, and to tell us whether they would buy it both before and after they had seen sort of the coffee story. So back then, I think the goal was to make a point that cuppers would be more forgiving of a coffee with a lower score if it had a compelling story. In hindsight, what we were really hoping to do was capture some data showing the power of extrinsic attributes when it came to determining a coffee's value. Unfortunately, with an amazing group of this size, pretty much everything that you could imagine that might go wrong with a cupping of this kind and of this size, it all went wrong. Some cups were mixed up on tables, information was made available too early, some folks moved from table to table to sort of see what their friends thought of different coffees. And so even though we came away with some, let's say, data, we completely discarded it. We said it was pocket science and we moved on. And to be honest, I hadn't even really thought about it until we were preparing for this event. So why am I telling you this story? Not so much to confess my inability to logistically plan a complicated cupping back in 2016, although clearly mea culpa, but rather to highlight the fact that even then, even though we as coffee people profess that it's what's in the cup that matters, we already had a sense that a coffee's intrinsic qualities weren't the only thing that mattered when a buyer was making a purchase decision. As Peter asked at Rico earlier this year, it's what's in the cup that matters, but is it the only thing that matters? In the same presentation, Peter showed us just how powerful extrinsic attributes are by tracing examples across both larger beverage categories like the brand impact of consumers' preferences for Pepsi versus Coca-Cola in blind taste tests. And he also talked us through the impact of extrinsic attributes like origin and process on other specialty products like Serrano ham, especially when it comes to things like purchase intent and product loyalty. So if you haven't seen it already, I'd recommend you take a few minutes to watch or listen. You'll be able to find it here in the Green Coffee Summit Resource Library after we're done with the live event this week. Even though I was ill-equipped to conduct a scientifically sound experiment with those camp attendees back in 2016, good news. That was not the only experiment that was being done. There's actually been an explosion of research on different facets of this very question in the coffee space. So first, we know now that the cup itself matters. Professor Charles Spence and Dr. Fabiana Carvalho found that the shape, the color, and even the texture of a vessel can alter a drinker's perception of the coffee inside. And actually, if you've been an attendee at Virtual Rico or Sensory Summit, there's a really good chance you've experienced this crazy cool situation for yourself. Their research and others also shows us that what's around the cup matters too. Different genres of music or kinds of soundscapes alter an individual's perception of sweetness and bitterness. And actually, it's really exciting. Dr. Carvalho is in the middle of conducting research for the SCA's Coffee Science Foundation, where she's exploring the impact of a coffee's packaging on the drinker's perception of the coffee inside once it's brewed. It's really exciting, and I cannot wait to see the results when they're ready. But what, I hear you say, Jen, what about those less tangible or experiential extrinsic attributes that we're more likely to take into consideration when buying green or roasted coffee? This is, after all, Green Coffee Summit. Well, I have good news for you. We also know that what you know matters. One of the features I was so excited to commission for this next issue of 25, our biannual publication, confirms the significant influence an extrinsic attribute can have on consumers' taste. While attached to an electroencephalograph, also known as an EEG, the thing with all the wires that attaches to your head, it records brain activity. And while they were attached to one of these, coffee drinkers were first asked to taste and rate a coffee blind, so without any information at all. After a sip of water as a palate cleanse, they read a quick and simple explanation of a geographical indication, which, if you don't know, is a type of legal protection for traditional foods that have a strong bond with a place's natural and human characteristics. Next, they were told that the second coffee they were about to taste, which unbeknownst to them was the same as the first, was from a place that had a geographical indication. So they tasted again while they were hooked up to this EEG, and they recorded some brain activity. What they found was that the very simple act of implying a coffee had come from a particular kind of location, so not even sharing any of the actual details themselves, this impacted a coffee drinker's cognitive processing while they were tasting the coffee itself. So different parts of their brain just completely lit up. And interestingly enough, these results seem remarkably similar to the Pepsi paradox results from the 2004 study by McClure and many other researchers that Peter referenced at RICO. They found that the tests conducted with brand information lit up different parts of the brain than the blind tests, and also that once brand information was made available, preferences shifted as well. So if I think back to the value of stories, and specifically verifiable stories that we were so keen to trace back in 2016, there's now also a wealth of research to show more concretely that what we care about matters and how we value what's in the cup too. Another 25 feature, surprise, surprise, this one written by Professor Nizam Abdu, explores the findings of a meta-analysis of research on different kinds of eco-labels to see whether or not consumers were willing to pay more for a coffee that was eco-labeled over one that wasn't. Now, they found sort of 22 different studies, and they chose to focus on them, and they were exploring how different factors affect consumers' willingness to pay. And across these 22 studies, they found that people are willing to pay $1.36 US more for a pound of coffee produced in an eco-friendly way. This too maps onto a study by Arnott, Boxall, and Cash in 2006, which found that in a real-life setting, consumers were less price-sensitive and willing to pay more for coffee labeled fair trade. And it's not just everyone else's research. Even our own consumer research confirms the importance of extrinsic attributes. We've actually been tracking this for a long time, even if we didn't quite understand or see how it fit into everything we're talking about now. The specialty coffee consumer studies we undertook in 2013 and 2016 show a growing consumer interest in coffee's origin, sustainability attributes like whether or not it was farmed organically, and what we're calling fairness attributes. So is the coffee fair trade, or were the farm workers paid a living wage? And even today, with our more recent research, the collaborative specialty coffee report that we released with the National Coffee Association of the US, I think the first version was in 2021, it also tracks significant consumer interest in sustainability and fairness attributes. So it's really, really important, and we are seeing this in lots of different places. Now, I've mentioned a lot of things here, so if you're interested in exploring any of these research or features that I've referenced today, you will be able to find them in the Green Coffee Summit resource library after today's event. And there's a ton to explore that's directly related to a lot of what we're talking about today. So I would encourage you to sort of like search around using the search and filter tool to see if you can, find some things that are really exciting. I know I'm excited by them, but it is just me. All of this further confirms the thread of logic around why sensory testing best practice is to avoid combining different types of tests together. When we taste a coffee, any kind of extrinsic information we have available not only impacts our brain's intake and interpretation of a coffee's sensorial properties, but also our preferences. So that is why my colleague, Dr. Mario Fernandez Alduenda, who you've already heard from today, and researcher Ruquiat Del Rue proposed an extrinsic attribute compartment of the evolved SCA cupping protocol and form. After assessing a coffee's intrinsic attributes using the descriptive compartment and performing a cup quality assessment in the affective compartment, cupping form users will have the ability to record a coffee's extrinsic attributes too. Now, These may include all types of information about a coffee's history. So it could include relevant traceability, origin, processing, or sustainability information. And the amount of information captured using this kind of form about an available coffee lot could be indicative of its extrinsic value. A coffee lot where all types of information are known might immediately become more valuable for certain buyers than an anonymous lot with little more than country of origin and a lot number. If we were to begin using a more standardized form to capture this kind of information, it might accompany a coffee lot in the future, kind of like a bill of lading, helping buyers to find the kinds of coffees valued by different kinds of consumers, and importantly, helping producers to capture more of the value of their coffee in the process. So while we have all of this research to confirm that we are on the right track with this extrinsic attribute compartment, we are still very much exploring how this could be incorporated into the coffee value assessment system. There is really so much more for us to do on this journey to evolve the cupping form and protocol, and we are really excited to have more of you join us as we continue to test these ideas. So if you haven't been putting things in the chat already, please do, because we are about to jump into Q&A, and this is a great opportunity for us to answer your questions, but also for us to hear from you. Really curious to hear what you think, and I'm going to turn it over to Q&A now.
All right, I'm back, but live this time, not recorded me, real me, with the other presenters here. So here we are all live. Thank you all for watching us go through that and give sort of an overview of where we've come from and where we are. So when we prepare for these sorts of events, we always have some questions that we write just in case nothing's happening in the chat. We've got some things that we can ask each other, but we are in the enviable situation of having a lot of great questions in the chat. So I'm going to start with some of those, putting them to my fellow presenters. But then also, we can just sort of riff and I'll say that all of you can add, even if I direct the question to one of you in particular. So it's taking everything I have not to have you introduce yourselves, but I know we already did that, and I've done it twice now. So the first question that we got from Luis was addressed to you, Mario, and Luis asks, or says, Mario has described very well the what descriptive assessment, but wonder if the system will also include the why, meaning why the coffee tastes the way it tastes. Mario, do you want to respond to that?
Sure, thank you, Kim. Unfortunately, for many flavors in coffee, we don't really know the why, and science is still investigating the why of many flavors. I can say that every day we know the whys of more and more flavors, but it's complex. Thank God, coffee is complex, and the science can tie a flavor to its causes, to its root causes, through investigating the chemistry associated with that flavor, and then investigating what factors cause that chemical change. We know that for a great deal of flavors, such as fruity flavor or winey flavor, but there are or some conspicuous defects, but there are flavors that we don't know, we don't have the answer for. So I don't think cuppers will be able to tell us the why right away, but it's enough for them to tell us the what they find, and then we can relate that to another why.
Yeah, that's a great point. Sort of recognizing the strengths, but then maybe also the limitations of what we expect cuppers to do, especially in one specific moment in time when they're interacting with that coffee.
And just to add to that, that's one of the reasons why the subject Mario was talking about, which is descriptive analysis, is so important. It's used in sensory science for exactly this reason, because we need to identify the flavors first if we're going to figure out what caused them. And something like a point score doesn't tell us very much about that. A point score tells us an overall impression of quality, but it doesn't tell us a specific attribute that we can correlate with, say, a chemical, which we can then correlate with an origin. So that's why it's so important that we integrate descriptive analysis into our cupping process now. We've always had it sort of in the background, but some of the work that we're doing now is about turning our cuppers into good descriptive panelists, which means that we can derive good descriptive information so that we can use cuppers to answer that very question, the why question.
This may be sort of related or building on the topic, since we're talking about these panels. We had a couple of people who asked questions or wanted to hear more about the correlation between descriptive panels and cuppers that you mentioned in your presentation. Mario, can you, I know we're already almost out of time, but can you say a few, just give a little bit more context about what that looked like in practice, and maybe also where people could go to learn more if they wanted to really dig into that?
Yeah, many cuppers are well trained in describing coffees. More and more, our industry has promoted descriptive training among cuppers. So it's very easy to train cuppers to use descriptive assessment using, for example, a check all that apply menu. And when you compare cuppers results with a traditional sensory panel, the results are very comparable. There's a few differences. For example, cuppers tend to focus more on defects or problems, issues in coffee, whereas descriptive panels are focusing more on what consumers will find relevant, like bitterness. But in general, they are very highly correlated when you do things right in a descriptive cupping session.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to think about where to go from here next, because we have a lot of different questions going a lot of different directions. But I see a few of them that are about this idea of extrinsic attributes and sort of how to express those. A question about storytelling, and then in this case, from the sort of seller or producer side, knowing which stories are interesting and how to value those. And then also people jumping ahead, I think, interested in what you were foreshadowing at the end of your talk, Jen, about sort of a future state in which we're able to maybe quantify that a little bit better, or choose from a list of extrinsic attributes. I wonder, Jen or Peter, do you want to just riff on this idea a little bit? I think the questions are pretty varied. So any kind of just reflections that you've had about extrinsic attributes as you've been thinking about it over the past few months or even years, I think would help to maybe fill in those gaps or signal the direction that we, and I mean like the whole industry, not just the SCA, are going in with these extrinsic attributes.
You want to go, Jen?
I think I was going to let you start, but
okay.
I'm unmuted now. And so apologies, like I am also migrating questions across, and you guys have so many great questions. So I know that even though we're definitely not going to have time to answer them all today, like we are making note of them, and it's something that we're going to pay attention to and maybe try find other ways of answering them at some point in the future, because there are a lot of really great questions. And like Kim said, they go all over the place. So from the thing that always comes to mind for me when we think about extrinsic attributes and trying to find a slightly more standardized way of maybe expressing that is just that there are so many different things that different people value about coffee. And so just wanting to be very careful and mindful about how we go about that process. I spoke a little bit at RICO this year about categories and how they give us a sense of how the world works, but really it's how we've chosen to organize it. And so that's something that's really sticking in the back of my mind as we grapple with this question of how this works. And then the other thing too is just always being mindful of the the burden on producers when it comes to telling or communicating a story and doing things, especially when it comes to sort of sustainability and tracking and all of that data, it's quite a lot of work. So something that I'm keeping in the back of my mind, but it's also something I'm really excited about, that we would recognize in a much more visible way that this is so important. Peter?
Yeah. Thanks, Jen. I think I'm really interested in all these questions about extrinsic attributes, which is one way of talking about how information affects our feelings about a product like coffee. The other way to think about the same phenomenon is the word bias. And there was another question about bias and how we reduce bias. So bias can be a great thing when we're talking about adding value to coffee, right? Because we've got all these biases. Human beings are bias machines, right? And that, which means that we take all the information that we know, and then that affects the way that we experience the world. And that can be a negative thing, and it can be a positive thing though too. Our positive biases about, say, coffee from a particular country might help us enjoy it more. If we really feel like we have positive associations with a country that we have traveled to, for example, that might help us enjoy the coffee more. So so when we talk about sort of positive biases, we're talking about extrinsic attributes. However, they can affect, as we all know, they can affect the way that we judge coffee's flavors. And Jen provided us a neurological explanation for that. And that's why it's important that we remove that information when we're doing sensory descriptive analysis, as Mario talked about, or affective analysis, as I was talking about. So when you're doing descriptive analysis, you don't want those other pieces of information in there to affect the sensory attributes that you're feeling. So what you do is you have to remove them, and you do that through techniques like blinding, and taking real care. Mario and I wrote a chapter in a recent handbook about how to remove bias during cupping, and it's a bunch of techniques that have been developed over the years that help remove those things. So this is the reason why we have compartmentalized, as Jen said, these three categories of coffee attributes: the descriptive ones, the affective ones, and the extrinsic ones. It's because by separating them for testing purposes, then we can understand better the effects of each one, taking bias into consideration. And that's some of what we're trying to advance here as we make progress in the cupping methodology.
Yeah, that's a great. I think that's a great explanation of it, and it caused me to think, if I can sort of answer the question also, or reflect a little bit on the way that I feel like I see a lot of people, and I imagine in this audience there are a lot of people who are involved in the coffee trade. Some of the questions are coming from people who are trying to sell their coffee more effectively, wanting to know how to use this extrinsic information and to make sure that it doesn't somehow get forgotten. And I just want to sort of assure or reinforce that we get that extrinsic attributes are really, really valuable and very important. And I think we get that more than ever. And look around and see how we, try to include that and sort of shoehorn in to a single cupping score, in a single form, in a single moment, all of the things that we know about a coffee, and find some sort of way of quantifying that. And it's difficult to pull that apart if you're not in that moment, in that, conversation, say, with your buyer at that particular instance. The attributes having to do with the name of the farmer or the process of the coffee. Someone asked about exotic processes, or the the particular type of acidity that it had. It's going to be difficult to know how much each one of those things contributed to that final score, that final sort of moment of evaluation. So the point isn't to preference one over the other, say extrinsic is more important or intrinsic is more important, but to be able to look at them individually and give create sort of more clear communication and especially feedback. Jen, to your point about the the burden sometimes of information and the lack of clarity about how that's used and how it's being valued. Okay, so we've got time for maybe one or two more questions. I see more extrinsic attribute questions. There's one I think that's interesting to me that gets to this consumer idea, because over the past year or so that we have had this attributes-based definition of specialty coffee, this is a conversation that all of us in this group have gotten into now, I know, multiple times, about, you know, what is the role of the consumer here, and how does this sort of change the power, increase, decrease, obfuscate the power of the consumer for choice? So Mike asked, do any of you fear a value system that is based on variety / amount of attributes? I fear the paradox of choice scenario where consumers equate value to how much choice they have. I fear this does not lead to sustainability, at least not when we look at other industries. For instance, the wine aisle at the grocery store consists of hundreds of choices, but there is little information to help determine what relates to my values as a buyer. So I see nodding. Who wants to jump in on that one first?
Yeah, I think the paradox of choice phenomenon is a really relevant one when we're talking about especially products in general. I mean, I don't think that I think it's a real problem for a industry like specialty coffee that's become so rich with ways to love coffee, and people want to describe them, and so they wind up being described with just an incredible complex language of attributes. And we have already, as an industry, developed like this huge vocabulary around that, which can be overwhelming to consumers when they have to go into a market and make some choices. That's one reason why when the SCA developed a flavor wheel, it limited itself to about 100 descriptors, which is a manageable length. I know that feels restrictive to a lot of coffee people, like you just said, citrus fruit, but what about tangerines and mandarin and all this stuff, and that can be overwhelming. I think it's a real question, like, how do you deal with complexity in the marketplace? But what we're talking about here is measuring and cataloging these things, and then figuring out what resonates with people in the supply chain, including consumers, the most. And we can use research, including market research and consumer research, to do that. I think for companies that want to resonate better with consumers, they might be able to use that information to simplify their message, to bypass the paralysis that can come with the paradox of choice. But the great thing is coffee is diverse, consumers are diverse, and cultures are diverse, which is going to lead to a certain complexity. And that's going to have to be navigated one way or another.
Since we're coming to the end, I do see one question here that I would love to turn to Kim to answer, just because she's been the one asking all of the questions so far, which is from Joey. Is there a way to ensure that the added value capture resulting from extrinsic attributes can be equitably remunerated to farmers? I fear this type of value add benefits roasters more than farmers.
I love the direction of that question and the way that you're thinking about this, Joey, because I'll tell you that this definition and the work that we're doing and this revision is really guided by that idea of more equitable distribution of value. That's something that has been our sustainability agenda, or our focus at the SCA for the past couple of years, looking at things through that lens. So, I definitely see that information is one of the ways, or access to information and clear information is one of those ways in which we get toward a more equitable distribution of value, because it puts people, in this case producers, in a better position to negotiate around the attributes that their coffee possesses, without wrapping that up in the particular preferences of a single buyer. So if I hate lemon and I am your coffee buyer and I score your coffee low, that sends the signal that the coffee's not good, and maybe also that lemon isn't good. When, I think most of us on the call here, or the webinar would accept that that lemon isn't necessarily bad. It may be bad for me, but that's different. And so being able to decouple those things, present the information, and then at the same time, and that's where I see an event like this coming into it, presenting more information about which markets value which attributes. You know, where is there a preference for lemon? Where is there a preference for cold coffee? Where is there a preference for fair trade certified coffee? You know, all of these different ways of consuming coffee and trends when it comes to you know, what's popular or what's highly valued in a market. I think we combine those things with feedback about what a certain coffee possesses, and you have a better platform from which to negotiate and feel confident in the value of your coffee as a coffee seller. So that's the way that we see this going. But you know, it's different, and I also see that in the process of changing. And one of the reasons we're talking about it, the way that we're talking about it, and with the frequency, is because change is unsettling, you know, and does have the potential to reinforce power hierarchies, even as we're trying to, you know, sort of shift our mindsets here. So thank you for that great question. And thank you, fellow presenters, for being here for this conversation. Thanks to everyone who put a great question in the chat. We are noting all of them. This will be super useful for us as we continue to evolve the value assessment system page on our website, as we create new resources, as we answer more frequently asked questions and know which questions we're going to run into. So I think that brings us to the end of our first session. We're going to be shifting over. I'm going to be introducing one of my other esteemed colleagues, Andres Montenegro, who's going to be hosting the second session, which is all about turning data into ethical action. So stay tuned.
producer. This is of essence as the average size of a coffee farm becomes smaller. Sons and daughters inherit portions of farm, and now worldwide the average is less than 1 hectare, and therefore productivities for these farms is smaller. These production systems are a reality we have to understand. Currently, the decision-making structure is set up in a way producers are price takers, and there's hardly any space for these creators to negotiate price. The possibility of losing the opportunity of selling is so huge that more often than not, they just accept it. The value of coffee for them is high, as the majority only have coffee as the key cash crop. And it's this cash crop where the majority of the labor goes into. And it's this labor, their labor, that is often undervalued. Not only from a monetary aspect, as is views from the colonial history coffee was born into, farming was left to slaves. Their work was not valued as they were not seen as equal. And it's here where we emphasize that not much has changed when it comes to labor and its value. Imagine this. You will work the whole year and you're asked to hand in the product, the result at the end of the year. And at that point, you will be remunerated. You do not know what the amount will be. It's decided for you. To create and produce that end product, you will invest money and all your time. And by the way, you're dependent on that one factor that lies outside your circle of influence, climate. You have good and bad days, but overall, you gave it what you got. The end product is ready. You show it. They judge it. They make comments about it in a language that is not yours. You're told that they only like half of it. And therefore, they decided a certain price corresponds to your work, your labor. The reasons are sometimes not even that clear to you. The rest of your product, you have to figure out where to sell to. This is the cycle the majority of producers go through every year, investing their labor and someone else judging the value of the labor. And it's here where we took this labor and valued the labor using income references, bringing the broken parts of value and labor together by proposing recommended prices to producer by using the following formula, where price is necessary to achieve the income plus the cost of production divided by yield. The work started in 2019 when we developed the first guide. It was a pilot guide focused on Colombia. And over the course of 3 years, we collected cost of production data and yield. We started with 4 regions, and now we have data for 6. The income goals are based on concepts that are often used mostly in urban areas. The first one, which is actually not a price that we aspire to, but rather a wake-up call, is the poverty price, which uses the poverty line as an income goal, set up by a national institution and is calculated on a yearly basis. We took the status quo of the cost of production, so the real labor of workers is calculated into the cost of production. The second one are the legal prices. These are the prices a farmer requires to earn on average of equivalent to the national minimum wage for an independent contractor, including an allowance for them to cover the most basic healthcare and pension plan. For the workers, we took the cost of production but changed the value of labor by assuming that the workers are compensated with a minimum wage for the days they work, as well as an allowance for the same basic benefits. We believe that if we consider these benefits to be valuable for us as citizens of urban areas, that surely we must start incorporating them for the producers as well. The next ones are living prices. The Anchor Research Institute, the leading authority on calculating living incomes, defines living income as follows. Earning a living wage means that all income sources from a farming household are sufficient to afford a basic but decent cost of living for a family. It includes a food for model diet, decent housing, other essential needs, and unexpected events. Here, we propose the prices a farmer requires to earn on average living income. Again, we use the same cost of production numbers, except for labor, where we use the living wages for the workers that are hired, rather than minimum wages, as in the previous case. The next one are the prosperous prices. Prosperity means the condition of being successful or thriving, especially focused on that economic well-being. We wanted to propose a simple calculation that gives value to these prices. And for this, we used the 50-30-20 rule, which means 50 of your income needs are for the necessities, are the expenses you simply cannot avoid. The portion of your budget goes to housing, food, transportation, basic utilities. 30% goes to your wants. Generally, these are the extra that are essential to living and working. For example, meals out or entertainment. And 20% of your incomes goes to savings and debt. So creating that financial cushion we definitely need. What does this mean? So for a farmer here, they will require to earn on average a living wage for the numbers of days they work, plus that extra 20% for personal saving, which is not included under the living prices. Also for the worker, we have added on top of that living wage an extra 20% for those personal savings, that financial cushion we're talking about. Now, the next element that sets it apart from the previous ones is that in here, we're valuing the labor put in by family and friends that work on the farm. Most often, this time is not considered as actual labor, and therefore no value is given to it. We have come to accept that this happens. However, this is labor that needs to actually produce the coffee, and therefore we must value it. Additionally to it, we have added to the non-labor cost of the production an extra 20%, so that the farmer can make new investments in the farm or save specifically for any future farm activities. It's often that happens that farmers sometimes have to decide between family expenses and farm expenses, between a bag of fertilizer or a new school bag for your kids. And this is something that we don't want to see happen anymore. So the process prices challenges the concept that simply living is not enough. We want farmers to have the chance to truly prosper. We're also conscious that everyone defines prosperity for themselves differently. And therefore, we believe that this is an income goal that will keep on changing. And we aspire that it will be defined ultimately by the creator of the coffee, the producer. So how does it look like? Give you an example for the southern wheel of Colombia. Here what we can see is where we share the information of the data set that we have collected. So the average area, the average productivity, the average yields, and the average cost of production, which in this case is almost 6,700 Colombian pesos per kilo of parchment coffee. And in this case, that actually means $1.04 per pound of green coffee. We then share the four prices we just named: property price, legal price, living price, and prospect price. In 2021, we expanded the work to Mexico. We decided to choose 3 regions: Centro Chiapas, Frailesca, and La Sierra Norte de Oaxaca. The guide is in production, and we hope to have it by the end of the month. And our plan is to continue to do the same work that we're doing in Colombia, collecting the data of the same regions and adding another region to have a better understanding on the cost of production in Mexico. One of the main pieces that we've seen, particularly in Oaxaca, is the challenges that they have in terms of productivity, which therefore influences the price. Another questions that have popped up several times is, what would these higher farm gate prices mean for a consumer? And this exercise we have done before in 2019, and we did it again a month ago by taking an example of a specialty coffee chain in New York, using the latest edition of the guide for Colombia. The following prices, what you will see, is what it likely costs a cup of coffee for a consumer, taking into account the margins that are set by the specialty coffee chain actors who participated in the study. So assuming the same export margins in Colombia, the same import margins that we use in the specialty coffee chains, as well as the same margins for coffee roasters and cafe. In this example, you will see, if we take, for example, North Central Huila, where we take a living price, where 16,100 pesos per kilo of parchment coffee will result in $3.81 for a price of coffee in New York. If we take the example of, again, Southern Huila, and we take, for example, the prosperous price, we could see here the price to a farmer, if it would be 60,000 for 100 that they will receive, the price for a cup of coffee would be $3.85. And this reflects, again, the differences what we have between the region in terms of cost of production. And these differences very much are based on, for example, even distance to a certain area, the cost of labor, where we often see that one region versus another uses different day wages for producers. In the last years, we primarily have worked in the following 2 days. We have collected data via workshops and data with interviews. Often what we see is that the data is extracted from coffee farming communities and that the data is not translated back to them. Our main intention is to collect it, but also to give it back in a useful manner. In a workshop where we use adult learning techniques, we tend to share 2 things. Their knowledge, the knowledge of the producer is valuable, and so is their data. And understanding in general terms what your cost is and your income is important. Knowing averages is already helpful. Many times they think they have to be accountants to be able to manage that type of data on the farms. And what we try to do is to also leave a message that gives them a good self-esteem of what they know is already valuable. However, we had to take a step further and create tools around this guide that will serve a larger group of people. Cropster and Acumen believed in the work and have joined the effort. So the SCBG in the last months have morphed into a digital platform using a new browser-based interface, SCBG lookup tool. For us, it means basically it's a public good. So keeping this data only for this particular value chain of Azahar is not necessarily something we were looking for. We were looking to share this with the wider sector. And it's therefore that we wanted it to work with other partners and making it a public good, as well as setting this up as an independent entity, which we were looking for the next months. Additionally, what we're going to work on is developing a pro-user area, which I'll share a little bit more about. And of course, also creating what we call for now the farm calculator. This digital transformation is key because nowadays it takes us quite some time and actually to collect the data, analyze the data, and then give back the data to the producers and also convert it to the guide. Our intention is with this is that the data, it gets quicker to the producers, but also that certain changes in cost of production can be acted upon more quicker by buyers as well. For example, this year, what we have seen so far is the immense increase in inputs as well as in labor has caused quite some trouble for producers. Thinking that the higher prices for producers would end up with them and would be beneficial for them is definitely something that I also believed in. But what we saw was actually, and I still, and what we've seen so far is producer having to absorb these higher costs and simply not seeing the benefits of these higher prices. Let me show you a bit more about this lookup tool, which can be found under coffeebuyers.org. So here you can actually see the country, the region, the farm gate price, the weight unit, and the coffee state. Mexico will be added later, around in a month or so. For now, we only have Colombia under this lookup tool. Let's say we choose Southern Huila and we choose a farm gate price of 13,000. When you click on the submit button, you will actually get to the next section and you will see what it actually means in Southern Huila to receive 13,000 pesos per kilo of parchment coffee. Here you will see in the center of the page a description of the data found in the region. And what you will also see is what it means to receive a living price, the definition of it. And this will also, you can see under the poverty price, the legal price, and the prosperous price. This is publicly available. And one of the things that we hope to receive is also the feedback on what other data points could be valuable in sharing when seeing these prices. What do we have in store for the producers? One of our vision with Cropster is that we develop a farm calculator. And we wanted to think of a tool that actually serves them in a very simple manner. Using data intelligence, we think that by asking simple questions and by using the data that we have collected so far, producers are able to use it by inserting basic information points within this tool. The location and size of their coffee plot gives us already estimates of certain data points. And in this case, their income. Farmers can see immediately their estimated income after entering these two data points, and also by setting them income targets, which basically mean are the same income targets that we use for the guide. They can see what price and what productivity they can achieve in order to meet that goal. And then the actual income is calculated once the other variables are being inserted. The next one is, of course, one of the most important one for them as well, is the expected production volume. With the data that we already see and with the data collected in the region, we kind of can use the land productivity as well as other data intelligence points to estimate what kind of production they can receive in that specific year. We are also even thinking of asking certain questions regarding rainfall, not only predicting the rainfall, what we often already can do with other platforms, but also how was that rainfall affected by them. Again, in here, it's important then to actually register the actual volumes after the harvest. And then comes the next one, the one also very much important for the guide. Based on the data collected so far, we can already update certain parameters for the regions as well. And with this, the producer can also answer simple questions by updating these variables and by also, for example, overriding if they see that a certain cost is not the similar cost what they are actually seeing. And by using this tool and by updating it as much as possible, certain calculation of the cost of production can fluctuate and can therefore influence price, as well as, for example, the variable that I just showed you on volume. So what is on the other end? So I showed you the public goods, the lookup tool, as well as the farm calculator. And what we also have envisioned is that we wanted to create an area for the green coffee buyers where they can actually use the data in a proactive manner when sourcing coffee. So these are the benefits that these green coffee buyers will receive when they subscribe to this platform. So they'll have a customizable budgeting tool, which means is that basically based on their budget, they can actually calculate what kind of price they can pay to producers. If, for example, they have an income goal, which is a line between the living wage or living price and prosperous price, they can actually see how much budget they need in order to comply with that, as well as vice versa. They will also have access to a direct trade long-term pricing tool where they can actually see on how volume interacts with price and how that changes when you changes the goal as well. And this creates for a dynamic interpretation of the variables that we're using for the guide. They will also have access to detailed data on the region, on the guide's pricing recommendation. So basically a behind the scenes area where they have access to the data of the region and always in an aggregated form. Next is we're thinking of creating a certain area for these subscribers where they can actually present the data in a useful way also for consumers. One of the things that we're seeing and that we're also hearing from them is that they're looking in ways or innovative ways on how to translate these messages that we are creating on this end towards the producers. This will empower them to actually demand better practices to consumers from their roaster in terms of sourcing. The other piece that we want to show is also towards the consumers as well, which roasters are basically ensuring that their sourcing will become different, and rich roasters are working with us on this. And it's this list of companies which will be available on this platform for them. So who have subscribed so far? In total, 38 green coffee buyers have signed up so far. And these are from the US, from Europe, as well as from Asia. The example that we actually see here is from a producer called Nelson Chavez. He has participated for the last 3 years with the SCBG. And Xavier, from the company from Metric, is a buyer of his coffee. And this is exactly the example of what we envisioned for the guide. A tool that enables a green coffee buyer to understand the impact of farm gate price for the supply chain. And a tool for a producer who has better insight into the cost of producing coffee and is able to negotiate with these insights. The value of coffee now is partly defined by the creator of that coffee, the producer. Thank you. I want to give a big special thank you to all the producers that have shared the data with us, the buyers who believe in the work, and our partners and our colleagues we have supported over the years.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Vera. It's a great presentation. Always this type of innovation that somehow elucidate the complexity behind coffee production and value in coffee and value distribution are certainly a beacon for building a more sustainable specialty coffee sector. Before moving forward with the Q&A session, I would like to acknowledge that we had a report that on a YouTube error that affected the online and live transmission in the first 5 minutes of the presentation or so. So we missed the initial presentation and introduction of our speaker today and some of the initial slides that provided the framework for the overall presentation, but hopefully we didn't lose any of the key content related to the guide, to the Sustainable Coffee Buyers Guide. So acknowledging that, I would like to reintroduce to our speaker, so our audience is fully aware of who she is. She is a familiar face for sure for many of you that are actively involved in the coffee sector and in sustainability. So Vera Espíndola Rafael is the director of strategic initiatives as Azajar Coffee Company and a development economist with a focus in agricultural products. She serves as an advisor for the Mexican Secretary of Agriculture, SABER, on specific coffee-related activities such as living and prosperous income, and also serves on the board of the SCA and the Chain Collaborative. She is leading also the strategic initiatives of Azajar Coffee Company, specifically the research behind a Sustainable Coffee Buyers Guide, this new pricing tool that she shared with us in detail. And she has published with the SCA and also with the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture. So thank you, Vera. And I think that I'm trying to double check if we have questions from the audience. Seems like we are receiving them, but in the meantime, I would like to start this Q&A session with some questions that were somehow informing our dialogues when you were sharing your presentation. You were talking about 38 buyers that are subscribed so far to the guide, and we'd like to know a little bit more detail since launching this first version of the coffee guide. How has Azajar seen it's being used by buyers and sellers? Why they are using it, and how in your interactions they are providing like insights on the usefulness of these tools for their sourcing strategies.
Yeah. So when we started in 2019 and we presented the pilot guide, which was basically testing the thinking and testing the formula. Now, the formula is not that, in a sense, that complex. It's more also the data behind it. One of the first pieces that they enjoyed very much is what they see when they visit producers, is seeing those differences being translated in data points. So seeing what they see in a difference in a data piece, specifically when it comes to cost of production, and specifically understanding why sometimes there are these differences between one region versus the other. That really allowed them to see Colombia not only as a country, but also with different production systems throughout these regions. The response afterwards was simply, and this is end of 2019, this was before the price spike in 2020, that simply certain prices were not according their vision of creating more sustainable coffee production for their producers. And it's here that finally, with a guide, they could actually see what the impact would be of a certain price point on the income of the producers they were working with. For me, this was a first encounter of seeing how this guide was received by the buyers, and that they actually received it well. And this was also very motivating for the team, because it meant that what we also needed is continue to work, because knowing 1 year of cost of production is helpful, but it definitely doesn't solve the larger understanding of coffee production. And even a coffee producer mentioned to me, in order to really understand coffee production, you will have to collect data for the next 10 years. And this is something that I stand by, because there's so many fluctuations when it comes to the production side as well, the external factors that influence coffee production, that I do think it's important to keep understanding that and keep monitoring the cost of it on a yearly basis. But overall, especially when it comes to earlier this year, when we presented at the Boston Expo, the response was very positive. And I think for us, again, it was hugely a motivation to keep on going, to keep the path going that we're on.
Wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. And we have some additional questions coming from the audience. John asked us if you can give us an indication of current Colombian pesos per kilogram prices in Colombia for parchment, so they can compare it to your pricing model, providing us insights of current prices, how that is done. I don't know if you can share that information, or probably if that's too complicated right now, we can provide this information to John via email, right? I don't know what you think, Vera.
Yeah, so in the presentation, when we showed the prices for Southern Huila, those are the prices that were presented in the first official guide. And in that case, what we notice is when we look at the poverty price, you can say that if you pay 7,300 pesos per parchment of coffee, so per kilo of parchment coffee, you can likely assume that producer currently with the cost of production is at the poverty line. When you pay a price, for example, of 12,800 Colombian pesos per kilo of parchment coffee, you can assume that a producer can be under a living price, which is basically confirming the living wage and living income definition as such. And then we also have the process price, which is the 16,400 Colombian pesos per kilo of parchment coffee. And maybe I went too quick through that slide, but that can be found on the presentation. What you can also do is under the coffeebuyers.org, all these prices are available. It's simply a matter of selecting the region and selecting the price paid to producers. So I invite the audience to also visit that link, coffeebuyers.org.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vera. Yeah, that helps a lot. And I'm seeing like several questions related to something that we discussed earlier around regions. Many people want to see these tools working not only in different countries, but also within different regions in those countries. I have one question asking for details on if you had the tool ready for Ethiopia, but also people is asking why Antioquia is not included in the Coffee Buyer's Guide. So I'm pretty sure that you have some insights on that. So probably you can help us to clarify how is the path ahead related to those developments and the growth of the guide in the future.
Definitely. So the obvious route for Azahar to go was to work in their supply chain. And in the supply chain that we work in, it was the immediate ones was Southern Huila, Nariño, Tolima, Planadas, and Quindío. We later added Magdalena with the help of Rete Culcira. And then we also added North Central Huila. So we now have 6. Simply the reason for not doing one region over the other is simply in terms of the supply chain that we work in, which doesn't exclude for the next year, for example, to include Antioquia, but also to simply budget. This was a bootstrapped initiative, and we wanted to continue for now with the regions where we're already working in, specifically because the producers had already an expectation that we were coming back. So some of the producer, you can see that they're now come to the workshop with a cuaderno, with a booklet, where they have already noted down certain data points. And for us, that was also for me a motivation to say, okay, we need to continue working with them. We definitely are envisioning collaboration also with other partners where we can, for example, perhaps use each other's data in order to get to these prices. I definitely believe that within the coffee sector, we have all produced quite some data by now, especially in the last 8 years. And I think that if we keep on collecting data on our own, we're not using the full force that we have as a coffee sector. So at any point, we are more than happy to include more regions. For now, it simply has also been a reason of budget.
Wonderful, and that is those are such great insights, and particularly understanding how complex and dynamic is all these issues related to cost of productions and pricing. I was, highlighting in previous conversation with my colleagues around this idea of how the tool it's able to adapt to these circumstances. For example, in Colombia, with the disruption of the Ukrainian war, Ukraine, it's a large producer of fertilizers, and Colombia is one of the key countries that receive some of those fertilizers, and fertilizers in Colombia has increased a lot. And yeah, definitely collaboration in this clear flow of information and partnership related with that. I truly believe that is key for keeping this tool as relevant as possible, and as dynamic and as possible for providing like clear insights to all the users. So thanks for that clarification. In addition to that, people is also asking on the same path related to countries. They want to know when the tool could be available. They're asking different countries, but not only, okay, if you are going there, people from Ethiopia, people from India, people from Central America, when do you expect this tool to be available? What would be the opportunities, and how can they connect with you to get more information on that?
So we're currently setting up this not-for-profit in order to set up basically the base to start the work in itself. And again, the reason why we want to do this way and make it much more of an independent entity is to do exactly what we're seeing that there is in demand for. And then demand is for having this tool applied to other countries and to the region of these other countries. One of the things that we have a very ambitious timeline for that. So that will be in early 2023, don't ask me right now how
Okay.
nervous I am for that, but that's just for 2023. But what we also are looking for is that in 2023, we already want to include a country from East and Central Africa, as well as a country from Central America. How we will make that decision, because of course, we would love to do it all. It's simply, from a time perspective, not very reasonable. We're thinking of two ways. One, we have done an analysis so far on how the specialty coffee development has and also coffee development in general has developed over the years in these countries in terms of production, in terms of export, in terms of import. And also one important element is, what is the industry looking for? So what is the sector looking for? Which country are they most interested in? And then there was one feedback that I received in a one-to-one call that I had with a green coffee buyer. And he said, you know what would be interesting? Brazil. And it's like, why Brazil? Because Brazil influences in such a way onto the sea market that he is very curious to see on how it behaves in terms of the cost of production specifically. And I find that very interesting, because if that is a country where you can influence larger other countries on, it could perhaps trigger something else. But we definitely have in mind for 2023 two other countries, and I'm very excited for it. And of course, if they want more information or if they're willing to connect, just write to me. I put the email address at the end of the slides. It's vera@alzaharcoffee.com.
Wonderful. Really looking forward to see the progress on this. And your framing around Brazil put me in the right direction to a question that I received from Peter. Because in terms of when we talk about the smallholder coffee farmers, we need to make a separation. When we talk about the rest of Latin America and Brazil, we need different thresholds for defining that. And Peter is asking that in your introduction, you underscored the important role that farm size plays in sustainable production. Because of economies of scale, sustainable prices will vary widely due to farm size. And he asked, how can this tool take this into consideration? What is your approach to that, let's say, farm size challenge?
Yeah, it's a great question. What I have envisioned and what is still work that we need to do, if you have, for example, a country like Colombia, where we already have collected data for 3 years and we're now in our 4th year. I just came back from Nariño. It is important to also take that area size into consideration. And I would love to have enough of a sample size that you actually can select or have these costs of production per archetypes, even per area sizes, which allows us to have a better understanding on how the cost of production behaves in a certain area size, in a range of area sizes. This is something that I'm trying to do with the upcoming guide. I'm not sure if I will get enough of a sample size to do so, but it allows us very much to give us an understanding on how that behaves. And within the guide, there is even, and that's why we mention are very key on it, we do recognize that in terms of yield is that determinant factor when it comes to defining that price. And that's why we have what we have. And I didn't put it up on the slide because it becomes too much for just to show it in 2 seconds. We have a graph where we basically, I'm reaching the exact same thing that I wouldn't want to reach, but I'm going to show it anyways. We, for a region, have a quadrant where you can actually see how the average of a yield differs when it comes to a lower production size or a lower cost of production size. And then as an end result, your price will change. And I think this will also be available on the user area. But this goes to show that we have to go into that direction to, one, increase our sample size and also focus on those area sizes and when it comes to price.
Wonderful. Just letting all the audience know that that graphic is available in your Sustainable Coffee Budget Guide, and it's available also online in your webpage, right?
Yeah.
And
in the user area, yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Vera. We are receiving more technical questions, but that's how the conversation flows. You know, people get engaged in the tool, and they are starting to ask some technical questions. And you mentioned something that is related with my next one, that is a sample size. Luis asked how many farmers data you need, or data points. Let's refer to data points you need to work in a given region to make you feel confident enough to say that that number that you are providing, the benchmark that you are using, is representative for the region and for the platform.
Yeah, great question again. Okay, so here is where probably a couple of researchers will shoot me. And before I answer, I will expand a bit my response. The intention of the guide, specifically at the beginning of the pilot guide, was we want to act on the current scenario, what we were seeing in 2019. And the intention of Azahar was to do that in collaboration, of course, with the roasters. But without any data points, it was very hard to actually show them what Azahar was seeing and what the team was seeing in the field. The easiest way was to do interviews as quick as possible, as many as per day. But I really insisted that we wanted to give the message also to the producer, which was that it was important to start or thinking more a bit or noting it down on a piece of paper what certain cost elements were. And this actually would sacrifice a bit the sample size, but the message would be much more clear, which is very special, also specifically also focused on them, on the producers. We knew that when we started because the methodology would allow just for so much. But I think seeing that producers have become a bit more aware on these concepts, hearing for the first time what a living price is or what a cost price is a very important part of the journey that we're entering with them. And now coming back to the question, the sample sizes for the regions are small. And that's why what we're looking for is increasing the sample sizes, but also collaborating with other organizations out there that we know have their data of producers of the same region. Or even maybe if it was not the same region, a region similar next to it, in order to start working with these data points. And that makes, you can increase your sample size. Currently, we have an estimate of around 30 producers per region. Again, it's small. Case of Mexico, we have one region where it's quite big. We have there 70 producers per region. But again, we are very mindful that we need to increase this in order to include, or in order to be much more aware of the outliers and what the ranges are. So this is in research terms a small study. We understand that. And for this year, for the guide that came out this year, we have around 130 producers participating into this study.
Wonderful, wonderful, Vera. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And probably on the same tone, I will try to translate a question related to that from John. He's asking for probably something more complex, because you have an average price for that region. He's referring to how could be possible to adapt the tools so you can create like a tailored price per farmer. I think that could be probably too challenging and complex, but I would like to go deep into how you manage that in your supply chain. Like if you have an average price for, let's say, planadas in Tolima, if a farmer is too below the average that you have, how you manage that? It's like technical assistant, you talk with him to see what are the bottlenecks that keep him, below like an outlier, like you mentioned, or how you proceed in that situation.
I think I think it's a great question, and I will respond to an anecdote that we had last year in Huila Sur. We asked the question to producers and asked, what do you prefer, a high price or a stable price? And they had to reach their hands up. And there was only one guy reaching. Whenever we said high price, he was the only guy that put his hand up. And everybody was looking at us like, what are you saying? Stable price, say stable price. All the others were saying stable price. He said, we prefer to have a stable price because that allows me to know what I will receive. And it's a bit of the analogy that I gave at the beginning of saying, you do not know what you will receive. Already knowing what you will receive makes a huge difference for a producer. And even negotiating that price at the beginning, for example, for a harvest or at the beginning of the cycle of production and then the harvest is already very valuable for them, because based on that, they can start already working on, okay, if I will receive this for my whole harvest, for example, which is a stretch, but let's assume 90%, then they already know that they can actually spend X amount of money for a day wage for a worker or hire a certain amount of workers. The simple fact here is that they most often do not know what is coming. And even for a business, thinking of it simply like a family business, this is very difficult to manage, especially in these times. Coming back to John's questions, yes, we can definitely do and check for one specific producer. We can do that. There is, for example, there have been requests from buyers specifically look at a group of producers because those are the group of producers they source from. It's not very common, but it is possible. It's more of that. I think that the conversation with the producer is more focused on managing those expectations around price, knowing what that price would be, because not knowing right now is detrimental for many of them. And this is in the case of Colombia, where Colombia has mechanism where they have already price insights. There are many countries, the majority of the countries do not have that. And that's something that we need to realize as well.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's great to hear that. And you know, I'm being aware that we are almost at the end of our hour here. So we'll see. We have many more questions, but I will try to close with the one that I believe probably could give us the key messages for closing the session. Joey asked about that despite the equal access to pricing information, if as a hire you anticipate that at risk in this tool reinforcing power dynamics, in which roasters choose a price and the producers remain price takers, receiving whichever price the buyer chooses to pay, which I know based on what you described in the presentation is actually against the philosophy of why creating this solution. So I don't know what you have to share with that. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Andres. And again, a great question. I think, as a friend of mine told me, that all these tools can be used as a force of not good. I mean, it's something. If you want to prevent something, it's then don't do it. But I do think that from what I've seen, that the buyers that have already worked with the guide within the Azajar supply chain, not necessarily go, for example, for the cheapest coffee. They have now data for that, but they don't do that. There's other factors that weigh into deciding where to source from, such as quality or simply relationship that they have already built. It's simply an insight on how to work within that supply chain that they have set up, right? And when it comes to terms of the work that we still need to do more with producers is exactly a work that we're looking forward in doing with them, giving them the insight of what it means if they want to receive a certain income goal, what kind of price they should not accept anymore. Because that's the conversation that many of the times we still do not have sufficiently with producers. And when you share that with them, they're actually starting to think of like, if I receive this, then I am in a poverty line. And the faces of when they realize that, and also saying, I do not want to be at that poverty line. What can I do to get out of it? And then the only factor where they can mostly influence on is productivity in the immediate term. And then on the longer term, that conversation when it comes to asking what price for their coffee, that's the conversation that I want to get them towards by providing those insights of the guide as well.
Wonderful, wonderful, great response. Fully aligned with that, Vera. Well, I think that we ran out of time, but I want to thank you very much, Vera. That was really thought-provoking, and I hope to get a chance to explore the online platform further. And when you publish the next version of the guide, we would love to direct people there from this Green Coffee Summit resource library so that they can learn more. Right now, we are going to hear from one of our sponsors, BWT Water and More, and then we'll introduce our next speaker, Tommaso Ferretti, who will be talking to us about impact investment, which is a term that has been thrown around with increasing frequency over the last decade or so, but this is still not well understood by many people in the specialty coffee industry, including experienced green coffee buyers. So thank you very much, Vera, again, and
thank you, Andres.
Looking forward
to
see you again soon. Ciao.
Ciao.
Oh, I was on mute that whole time. How did I not know that? The challenges that we have with technology. All right, so now you hear me. That's good. For those that didn't hear my introduction earlier today, or the one that I just did, I'm Kim Elena Ionescu, the SCA's Chief Sustainability and Knowledge Development Officer. I'm delighted to be joined for our third session today by Tommaso Ferretti, who's Assistant Professor of International Business at the Telfer School of Management, University of Ottawa. His research lies at the nexus of sustainability, innovation, and financialization in global value chains, with an emphasis on impact investing in the coffee sector. Tommaso has worked as a consultant at the International Trade Center and in Geneva, Switzerland, with the World Trade Organization, and he co-authored the ITC Coffee Guide, which is a resource we talked about last year at the Green Coffee Summit because it was just on the cusp of publication. I got to know Tommaso through his work on that coffee guide, and it was only in preparing for this event that I discovered some of the other research that he's done and the topics he's written about, including the one that we're here to talk about today, impact investing. I will admit that I've always been a little bit skeptical about the impact part of impact investing, but I also recognize that that's probably unfair given that I don't know that much about it. So I'm looking forward to learning, and I'll be taking notes so that I can ask good questions at the end of the presentation. I hope you all will bring your questions too. So Tommaso, welcome and take it away.
Thank you very much, Kim. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the nice introduction. And yeah, as you're saying, there is a lot that we don't know about impact investing yet. It's a relatively new phenomenon, a lot of dark sides, but also a lot of big potential, also and especially for the coffee sector. So my goal today is really trying to contribute to help you understanding a bit more of what's going on behind this big buzzword that is becoming impact investing. So let's try to collaborate, be together today to define what impact investing is, what are the multiple models that are in place, and how this can play out in so many different ways to improve the sustainability and the competitiveness of organizations operating in coffee at all stages of the global value chains for coffee. So today's agenda, and please feel free to, at any point in time, present your questions in the chat, is to start by a definition of impact investing, putting the phenomenon in context, understanding why it is more and more relevant every day. A second section, the larger section of this presentation, will be about impact investing in coffee. So why it matters, especially for producers, organizations, and processors. What are the challenges to deploy impact investments? As we will see, there are challenges for the impact investors and many challenges for organizations, industry actors working in coffee to really find out where these impact investing are coming from, how they can access them, and what impact investing allows them to pursue. And finally, we will try to focus on a couple of interesting case studies, which are, I think, good examples of the many options that are available for delivering sustainability impact through financing in coffee. At the end, I will try to leave as much time as possible for any question, comments, answers, and as well an overview of some critical industry players that you might be interested in knowing more about. So without further wait, let's go with the definition of the phenomenon. I'm bringing to you today two essential definitions of impact investing. In part, they overlap. In part, they show us how there are different perspectives from which we can look at impact investing. The first definition is coming from the OECD, so an intergovernmental organization, which is a bit of an expression of the attempt to create sustainable development and pursue sustainability. The OECD defines impact investing as a way to provide finance to organizations that address social and or environmental needs with an explicit expectations of generating measurable social and financial return to foster economic development while achieving social outcomes towards the sustainable development goals. So here I would just like you to highlight, to draw your attention on two aspects. The first one is the measurability component. So impact investment are financial investment that want to create the sustainability outcome, but this sustainability outcome must be concrete, must be material, must be something that we can touch, measure, and report. This is the big challenge with impact investing, And this is why often a lot of people don't trust much impact investing as a broad concept, because rightfully so, they ask, is it true that we can generate and measure that outcome? How is that happening? Are organizations reporting real outcome? And then interestingly, these definition link impact investing directly to the Sustainable Development Goals. So to this shared broad agenda of achieving more sustainability. The second definition, which complements this one, is coming from the GIIN. The GIIN is the Global Impact Investing Network. It's basically an industry association. Is bringing together all impact investing, try to create a network in order to advance the standards and the best practices for this new industry. Their definition is in part overlapping the one from the OECD. They refer to impact investments as investment that wants to create positive, measurable social and environmental impact alongside financial returns. So this proactive effort to create sustainability through financing, but also this idea of the measurability of the outcomes you generate are central also in the GIIN definition. In addition, here, there is a bit more of an impact investor perspective, if you want, to the definition of the phenomenon. In fact, they underline the idea that there is a spectrum of options when it comes to generating profit. There are impact investments that only focus on generating financial returns at competitive rates, others that instead adjust their market rate for profit to the sustainability risk of generating impact, meaning they're ready to accept lower than the market rate profits and returns if you're able then to produce more sustainability outcomes. And this leads us to the different model that we often label as impact investment that are available in the market. So this is a nice model that I took from the Global Outlook on Financing Sustainable Development. Is an OECD publication. And you can see how there are multiple type of so-called sustainable financing / impact investment. It's important to differentiate about these things. There are different things, although they try to serve the same purpose, which is generating sustainability through finance. And so from the left, you can see there are the so-called responsible sustainable investing, the so-called ESG funds or the portfolio screening. Here, it's basically when you go yourself at the bank to visit your financial advisor to take care of your own investments, and you're told by the financial advisor, okay, let's try to invest, but let's eliminate investments into stock market titles that are referring to gas producers or to fossil fuels companies. Let's try to focus only on investing on companies that generate a positive impact or do not affect the natural environment or society through their operations. So this is a bit of an extreme in terms of not being hands-on on the problems, the sustainability issues that we try to address. Moving to the right, we see how there is the so-called impact investing return first, for example, green bonds or impact private equity or impact venture capital. These are financial investments that try to target organizations such as social enterprises that are generating sustainability outcomes. However, the profit, the return, the idea of generating financial returns at market rates is still prevalent. Impact is less of a priority, although it's present and complement the definition of the product. Then there is what we will focus more today on, because it's what is most relevant to directly address sustainability issues in coffee, which is the impact investing impact first. So those financial tools that are prioritizing the generation of social and environmental outcome, such as outcomes-driven loans. So loans that are granted to firms, to producers' organizations, to social enterprises, subordinated at the generation of social and environmental returns that are measurable. And then we move more towards the right of the model to philanthropy. And so donations, seed capital donations, and other type of models, which, however, lose a bit of the profit return and focus more on a donation, on a philanthropy approach to development, which is very different, as it loses in part the market sustainability aspect. Now, before going on, let's also understand that this wave of products, this increased talking about impact investment, is due to a key central challenge to achieve more sustainability in general at the world level, which is the big financing gap, especially in emerging markets. The UN has calculated that we will need 2.5 trillion annual investment in emerging markets to really be able to achieve the SDGs by 2030, as planned in the Sustainable Development Goal agenda. Despite of this huge gap, it's only 20% of the global financial investments that reach firms in emerging markets. So there is the need to expand, to create more opportunities for financing to target firms in emerging markets, firms operating in agricultural commodities in particular. This is why impact investing is becoming more and more relevant, and a lot of organizations are trying to push this phenomenon forward. Now, before advancing further, also, it's important, I think, that we do a little recap, and you can already think if you have any question already at this point, at least feel free to jump in and write it down. We'll try to collect already something we can answer now, some we can answer later. But to be all on the same page for the rest of the presentation, so we will refer to impact investor or any type of financial institution that is deploying the investment. So this can be an investment fund, as we just saw. It can be a non-profit organization that receive funding from some donors and then channel it to enterprises in the field in the form of loans. Or it can be a microfinance organization, or it can be a foundation that is administering impact loans. Then we have the investees. With investees, we will refer to the cooperatives or the small and medium enterprises or the social enterprises in the coffee global value chains receiving investments. For global value chains, what I refer to this idea that the way in which we reach the final product, in our case, our cup of coffee that consumers get at the retail position, you need a whole set of production and trade operations which are fragmented. And so you have the producers organizations, you have intermediaries, traders, importers and exporters. I guess that most of you in the audience know very well what I'm talking about. So I'm referring as global value chain to these fragmented stages of production where different organizations perform different functions in order to get to our final cup of coffee. I will also talk about supply side and demand side of the impact investing market. Supply side referring to the whole of the impact investors, and demand side referring to all of the investees needing more finance. Now, about impact investing, so we define it in general terms as a big new phenomenon. What do we know about impact investing? First, in agro-industrial global value chain, so in sectors such as coffee, cocoa, coconuts, bananas. And this is an important perspective because we know that a lot of, for example, producer organizations do not only produce coffee, they also produce other goods and food-related ingredients that can be leveraged for market growth and competitiveness. So in general, impact investing is a business on the rise in agriculture. There are a lot of opportunities for investors whose mission is not just to create financial returns, but also sustainability returns, to engage with the Sustainable Development Goals when working with agricultural organizations and value chains. So by partnering with big roasters and their exporters, importers, producers, and so on, you have the opportunity to link up to a lot of production activities that directly affect biodiversity, soil conservation, water management, income generation for poor communities, and so on. In addition, a lot of impact investors will tell you that cooperatives and small and medium enterprises represent attractive targets for impact investment, not just for the potential link to the creation of sustainability returns, but also because of the long-term trends in agribusiness, which are usually characterized by growing food prices and expanding markets. Although, of course, we could debate a lot in relation to these with the issues related to food price volatility. And in fact, the other side of the coin here is that is a business on the rise, impact investing in agricultural global value chains, but also very risky from an investor perspective. A lot of investors, not necessarily by grounding their decision or their thought on data, but more because of a bit of an entrenched distrust for agriculture, believe that most organizations do not have the capability to manage credit and loans. Therefore, they are a bit more titubant in investing in SMEs and processors in coffee, in cocoa, fruits and vegetables. Plus, they are often scared away by the context in which most agricultural organizations work in developing countries and emerging markets. So contexts where there is a higher likelihood than in the West of political instability, economic crisis, natural catastrophes, plus all the traditional issues that can affect the profitability of investing in agriculture. In particular, pest and disease outbreaks that in the past have really affected a lot the coffee sector. Finally, there are external factors such as food price volatility that affects the long-term investability of this sector. This, of course, is the perspective from impact investors. What is interesting is also to notice this is a survey that was recently developed by IRIS. This is an entity connected to the Global Impact Investment Network, the GIN. They were basically surveying impact investors. They looked at the sectors in which they most operate, which are agriculture, energy, financial services, and health. And according to their answers, agriculture is the sector where potentially you have among the lowest net profit margins, and in particular where there is the higher risk for the impact investors to do not produce any return at all, rather having more costs than anything. So there is an essential problem for growing further impact investing and the supply of impact investments in agriculture, which is the risk perception and the real risk that impact investors encounter when approaching agriculture. But let's talk now about how these aspects plays out specifically in the coffee sector, which is what we're most interested in. Coffee, this is very interesting, is a privileged investment target for impact investor. So this is again the same survey from the previous slide. And here they show the impact investors report coffee as being by far the commodity which attracts most of their investments. Why is this? Multiple justifications, possibly. The key one, I'd say, based on what investors told me in my work, is that coffee is perceived as a very well advanced industry from the perspective of the so-called sustainability infrastructure. Because of all the many sustainability standards at play, the many CSR, corporate social responsibility initiatives of multinational corporations, the involvement of international agencies in providing development, there has been more efforts and more facility in setting up, for example, a lot of indicators to track and measure the achievement of sustainability outcomes. So both social outcomes, like increasing the revenues or the education or reducing child labor in the community where we produce coffee, and environmental indicators like increasing biodiversity, soil preservation, water management. All of these aspects are already very clear in the coffee industry, much more than in other industries such as coconuts or some vegetables or seeds related industries. So coffee in this sense has a competitive advantage in attracting impact investments. This is something that operators in the industry needs to keep in mind. And impact investors know quite well the coffee industry compared to other agricultural industries. So there is a competitive advantage if you are a coffee organization compared to other crops in interacting with impact investors. The key thing with impact investing is that impact investing can generate a change in the way we finance production, the production of coffee. This is a table that we developed for the ITC Coffee Guide, which Kim was talking about early on. This is very interesting because it's a result of inputs from industry stakeholders. So it wasn't me and the other co-authors at ITC, and other organizations that sit down and develop the tables. This was drawing from inputs from representative of the producers, of the processors, of the traders, the roasters, trying to understand, okay, where is the financing of the coffee global value chain coming from? And so there are multiple options, and especially when we look at the processing and the production stages of the value chain. And so how smallholder producers and agricultural SMEs or producer organizations, cooperatives get their financing. The key providers are usually commercial banks external to the value chain, or the buyers. It can be intermediaries, traders, it can be the importer, the exporter working for a big multinational corporation, that is a roaster or retailer. So we have multiple options here. However, there are some issues related to this financing. The issues are that, and again, I'm building on what has been reported by the industry stakeholders in the process of developing the coffee guide. There are some priorities for coffee production which usually remain unaddressed by the current financing. In particular, we have crop renovation, we have R&D, especially for developing new coffee varieties, for example, climate change resilient varieties. There is issues in financing solutions to labor shortages. Working capital tends to be too expensive when financed through local commercial banks or buyer's credit. There is the cost of sustainability compliance. A lot of producers, organizations or processors, they're trying to achieve standards like organic or other voluntary sustainability standards, developing the practices, agricultural practices, processing practices, managerial practices to achieve the sustainability standard and maintain it. It can be very costly. And not always the buyers or the local banks will provide you with the financing to do so. So there are these set of issues which impact investing can help addressing by providing an alternative source of financing, which is more sustainable for the global value chains operators. Now, to sorry about this, to give you a bit more of a overview of these solutions and issues, I will build on my research, okay? I will try to go through this briefly. Basically, I did an investigation about 63 coffee SMEs. So we're talking about large cooperatives, first or second level cooperatives, producers organization and processors based in multiple countries in Central and South America. All were seeking access to impact investments through an intermediary organization, and or engaging with sustainable production. So all these SMEs were certified with at least one certification, or trying to achieve their first certification, but trying to access the funding to do so. Now, what is interesting is that all of these organizations accessed and financed their production in the past through financing coming 90% from their buyers, what I refer to as global value chain financing. This was short-term loans, 6 to 12 months for the repayment, so usually just to finance the seasonal production, with a very costly interest rate. 32% is the average of the loans that the 63 SMEs reported to me in the data. Plus, this financing was only to fund the harvesting and working capital for that season production. Instead, impact investors offered these organizations, I'm talking of a sample of 15 different impact investors that interacted with the organization in my sample, offered longer-term working capital, up to 36 months for the repayment, even up to 72 months, so very long-term capital, when it comes to machineries and equipment, infrastructure, capacity building. So from the build-up of a storage facility to hiring the trainers and the capacity building experts to develop new competencies at the cooperative level or at the processing level, both in industrial and on-farm processing. And of course, the key element here, the average interest rate for repayment, just 12%, almost 1/3 of what global value chain financing from the buyers will guarantee. So my finding here is that really that global value chain financing, the credit through which we usually in coffee finance production, do not fund a lot of projects that coffee organization would like to implement and need to become more sustainable. Related to this, this is a complex slide. I want to call your attention just on two elements. This is a categorization of the strategies of the companies that I studied in my research. I identified three key categories: breakout, breakthrough, breakaway, based on how advanced these companies were in trying to become more sustainable, meaning for more sustainable, producing according to sustainable standards, but also achieving increased revenues for the local community and for the members of the organizations, and accessing higher quality, niche qualities for their products. So despite of all the differences in the strategies and the issues that these three set of organizations faced, all of them had a key issue, which was their financing. All of them, they reported, look, we get bad financing from our intermediaries, from our buyers, from our service providers. What we need to do is to shift to more sustainable financing. The type of financing we just saw in the previous slide, where we deal with lower interest rates for repayments and longer term, and also financing other type of initiatives. However, there is a bottleneck to accessing this financing. There is a learning challenge. So when I went and checked how these 63 companies performed when trying to apply for impact investments, I can see that across the three categories, from the breakout through the breakaway, you had very high rejection rates. So roughly 60% for breakout and breakthrough SMEs, which are companies that are still trying to diversify their market channels, foreign market channels and sustainable product channels. 40% even for breakaway SMEs, which are SMEs that are already producing under a regime of multiple certifications and that are already working with multiple foreign buyers in Europe and North America. So the problem here is that all of these SMEs, despite of their sustainability needs, despite of their attempt to access better financing, they clash against this lack of capacity to comply with the requirements of the impact investors. And what are those requirements? I would I capture 4 organizational capabilities. So let's say areas of knowledge within the firm that the organization should develop. Very briefly, 4 categories, I'd say: the financial practices, so basic accounting practices, financial literacy, financial risk management. All of these dimensions in most coffee organizations that I studied were absent or still too weak for the impact investors to feel safe at investing in these organizations. A second comparable aspect is the one of auditing. The impact investors I studied were requesting audited financial statements and commercial history from the organizations. Lack of capacity of providing audited documentation was considered a challenge. But as many of you probably know, it's an issue for many producing organizations and processors in Africa, in Asia, in Central America to develop this type of capacity. Same goes for business planning. The impact investors in my sample were all requiring the SMEs to apply for an investment by presenting a very sound and coherent business plan, structuring objective, long-term goals, where they're saying, okay, we're going to use the investment to achieve this, this, and that, and this is how those different projects and activities will allow us to increase our revenues, therefore repay the loan, but also generate all of these sustainability outcomes that we want to measure. And finally, there was a lack of competencies in terms of having a formalized market. A lot of organizations were still working both with the conventional product, often through informal contracts, as well as sustainable certified product with formal contracts. This was an issue for impact investors, requiring the formal contracts as a collateral. So what happens is that the organizations need to build these capabilities, and still, despite assistance that, for example, NGOs or international agencies can provide, as in the case of these financial fairs that you can see the result in this fair, a lot of organizations still can't access the investments. So these are data from another bunch of enterprises which try to access financial impact investments after receiving training in the areas of business planning, financial literacy, and so on. Still, out of a total of 140 loan negotiation between the SMEs and the impact investors, 91.4% of the so-called matching, so attempts to link the SME to the investors, failed. Why they failed? Because it's not just about the capacity of the organizations. There is another side of the coin, which is a lack of capacity by the impact investors to adapt, to tailor their products to the needs and the challenges of the enterprises. So it's not just the enterprises needing to learn more, it's also about the impact investors needing to do better. In particular, if a lot of organizations have a lot of debt from previous years, how they can compete for impact investments? They need to receive additional support, also in terms of financing, or the impact investors need to adapt the product to their needs. This is not always possible. The same goes for the explanation of the requirements of the impact investors. A lot of SMEs didn't receive a clear enough set of requirements from the investors. A lot of time the investors do not fully understand the coffee model for business, so they do not trust investing in long-term activities. So the truth is, there is more need of learning, both for the SMEs on the demand side and the impact investors of the supply side. And to do this, you need collaborations and you need better models for impact investing. And this is what leads me to the following segment of the presentation. So what type of approaches we could think about to better match the supply and demand of impact investing in coffee? I will go briefly through three models, which are either show successful or are very promising in trying to change this dimension of impact investing. The first model, most of you probably know Root Capital. Root Capital has been one of the pioneers of impact investing in coffee. These are information that are just reporting basically from their official reporting. And this is a model that is very interesting. Is the so-called, they call it the SIINS model. And basically what happens here is that Root Capital, which in this graph is the green tree here, is providing lending and advisory services to an enterprise. It can be a large cooperative, it can be more of a social enterprise service providers, which in turn links to the community of farmers and producers organizations. The loan is a so-called outcome-based funding instrument. So it's an instrument, is a loan that is given upon the generation of sustainability outcomes that are measured. The key game changer for this type of model is that you have two outcome payers. The IDB Innovation Lab is an office of the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperations. What do? They provide additional funding to Root Capital, which then channel it to the enterprise, as a way of compensating the additional risk in which Root Capital incur by investing in early stage coffee businesses. So one typical problem of impact investing is the impact investor coming in the field, looking at all the landscape of enterprises, cooperatives, processors, exporters, and investing in those that are already well established, in those that they already show profitability in their model and the ability to produce and generate sustainability outcomes. That's not enough for the scalability of the model. You need to be able to expand the spectrum of actors, of investees that you can reach. What about those rural organizations that are more disconnected from markets, from support organizations in the field, that only receive little support from the extension officers of the Ministry of Agriculture? You need to go to them. This is more risky, is more expensive. And so through these outcome payers that are paying upon the generation of sustainability outcomes, you reduce the risk for the impact investors, and you have a model where you're able to reach out to a larger number of enterprises and cooperatives, for example. And a key central element, of course, in this model is impact measurement. So you have this independent verification system where an organization, Roots of Impact, just take care of measuring and assessing the generation of social outcomes at the farmer level and to report it to the outcome payers so that you can create this virtuous circle of generating payment to reduce risk for impact investing in early stage businesses. A second model that I want to present to you very briefly, this is really a new initiative, okay? While the previous initiative by Root Capital is a model that is already well established and target directly the producers, here is more of a high level stage. So if you remember the table that I showed in a few slides before, where we look at how the global value chain is financed, you can see that at the processors and roasters level, usually we operate still through traditional trade financing. Here we have instead Clair Mondial, which is a Swiss impact investor, partnering with USAID, Rainforest Alliance, Conservation International, and CDP, in order to create a platform, basically, to convey actors, including the big roasters and retailers, and to convey more, mobilizing more financial resources for generating projects that prioritize biodiversity and climate change resilience in coffee and other crops in order to advance in the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. So here, it's really about an evolution, if you want, of the traditional multi-stakeholder platforms bringing in industry actors, because it really has a strong focus on new financing mechanism. So it is about designing, launching new financial investment funds, which only invest in initiatives within the global value chain of the actors that will participate and join this platform, as long as these projects generate some specific sustainability outcomes. Okay, I see that there is a question that I want to address already from Andres Montenegro. He was asking how to close the gap on patient impact investment that is frequently needed but harder to access for smallholder farmers and producer organizations. This is an excellent question, Andres. In fact, this is a bit what some of these models are trying to do, right? So with patient impact investments or patient capital, we refer to this need by the organizations to have multiple years, at least, before creating the increase in revenues that is needed to repay the loan. As you know, sustainability requires long-term perspective. So if we think about projects like reforestating a production area and crop renovation, that takes years before becoming productive. So how you get this to become profitable for the impact investors? Through organizing a sort of safety net that de-risk the investment. And this is usually achieved through either partnerships or by integrating private and public financing. So in the previous example, Root Capital, what they did, partnering with the outcome payers, they link up additional funding from public sources that are more inclined to pay long-term funding, linking the payment of the funding to the creation of sustainability outcomes, and so blending the funding that is coming directly from Root Capital with the outcome payers funding. This way you have a mix that is able to hold for a longer time and be more patient. In this case, it will be up to Clair Mondial to develop the new financing mechanisms that are linked to participation in markets. Here comes, for example, the partnership with Rainforest. This is, again, a project that was just announced this summer, so it's in the making, but it's interesting for me to draw your attention on this because it might grow in the future and you might hear about it again. And then another way, Andres, to get to this gap reduction for patient capital is the other model that I'm going to talk briefly about. This is also a model in the making, is called a holistic approach. It's being implemented by List & Bessler, the Hamburg-based in Germany coffee importer, in partnership with the International Trade Center, Alliances for Action. Basically, what List & Bessler is doing is to insist on the creation of farming accelerators in the production areas, where there is a holistic approach to sustainability. So there is both reducing CO2 emission, creating a bit of a business incubator model to create more managerial capacity and more competencies and shift into sustainable practices. There is the social component of the business involved, so how you deal with the community, and there is the goal of improving the farmer livelihoods. How do you get there, however? This would be just an individual project, as many of you have seen already. The game changer here is to link it to global value chain partnerships, where you bring in all representatives of the chain to generate and attract some more impact investing in order to finance the intervention at the farm level. And so the impact investors collaborating with List & Bessler, in this case, the project developer, and organizations in the field, in the producing countries, collaborating to train producers and their communities to improve their different aspects of their production. Plus, there is also on the contrary way, the farmer accessing more green trade financing in order to be able to develop more sustainable practices, collaborating with the traders, the farmer groups, the cooperatives, and the exporters until the roasters. So here the idea is that you can reduce the risk for the impact investors and attract them to, I'm really sorry about my cough, and really attract them to invest more in coffee sustainability by relying on this partnership where everybody's represented, where everybody's on board, where you have shared goals and aligned interests, so that the impact investor is coming and say, okay, what if the farmers have issues because there is a disease, pest outbreak in production? No problem. They are collaborating strongly with a local NGO and local government to create better skills. Plus, there is the International Trade Center of the UN that is also bringing in additional partnership for competence development. Plus, the importer and the retailer, List & Bessler, and their buyers are also in for this project that will guarantee for the global value chain profitability in the long term. So if we have issues 1 year, the following year we will be back on track. So this partnership can operate as a de-riskification factor. In fact, the interesting aspect here is that by creating this shared commitment to adopt sustainable production practices and ensuring scalability and profitability of the trade model in the long term, with this strong emphasis on building more capacity, more technical competences in the firms and in the producers, as well as having in place this, which is of course always fundamental, an efficient and realistic way of measuring your outcome in terms of financial profitability and sustainability outcomes, while these can operate as a de-risking factor. So building on these 3 experiences, I will just, I'm going to close with the last couple of slides. So first, some key takeaways for today that I'd say we can use as a possible lessons learned is the fact that impact investing has a lot of potential because it can help addressing the sustainability of coffee by changing the way we conceive trade and production financing. Second point is that there are multiple models to do so, but also still a lot of issues. So let's remember that impact investing is still a relatively recent phenomenon. The industry is still evolving. There are also a lot of people jumping on board without really saying what they're doing and with little transparency. But this potential is there. A lot of experimentation is going on. And there are already some clearer ideas than 5 or 10 years ago on how partnering, building alliances in the global value chains can help improving. The third aspect is that you need to build some technical competencies both among impact investors and the investees, the organizations, the global value chains operators. For investees, it's about improving the chances of accessing the investments through partnerships and with new competencies that are specific. And then the other aspect is having more knowledge in the impact investors about what are the needs of the investees, and also more efforts by the impact investors to reduce, and this is really a cultural mindset thing that will change with time, to reduce their expectations in terms of profit, accept maybe a higher risk, or accept to limit their own space of decision by partnering with public actors and other actors. And finally, another aspect is the essential role of collaborations between global value chain actors, financial institutions, and even governments to improve the profitability of impact investing in the future. So with this, I'll just stop on this last slide where I'm trying to put some key actors, private impact investors, non-profit impact investors organizations, and intergovernmental agencies that play a central role in trying to expand the impact investing market in coffee and other agricultural commodities. These are just some examples based on what I saw in my research and in my work with the ITC Alliances for Action of organizations that are doing work in this area. There can be much more than this. And this is it for today, because I wanted to leave some time for questions. There are still about 10 minutes. So it would be great now to have some questions and comments. And I hope that the presentation was interesting enough.
Thank you, Tommaso. That was super interesting. And as I promised I would do, I hope everyone can hear me. I'm not muted this time. As I promised I would do, I did take some notes, and I did end up with some questions, and I know that the audience did too. One thing that I was thinking about, actually even preparing for this session and remembering before I joined the Specialty Coffee Association, when I was a coffee buyer for a sort of smaller company, certainly than many of the ones I think that would be familiar with impact investing, or even some of the challenges that producer organizations faced. I think about that experience, and I wonder whether there's a role for smaller buyers. And I'm thinking about roasters, because as people have introduced themselves in this audience, I've seen a lot of everything: some importers, some exporters, some producers, and also some small roasters. And just wondering if in terms of leverage, is there a way for smaller buyers to exert leverage here? Does it require a lot of coordination? I'm thinking at a level smaller than like List and Beisler, for example. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. So I think that going forward, there would be more and more space also for smaller roasters to play their role. They are an essential part of the industry. As you mentioned, the issue is coordination there, right? So how do you get to reach the volumes that maybe can be profitable for an impact investor, to address also your participation, your contribution to the sustainability of the chain? To get that, I would say a key aspect is, again, partnerships. How you partner or either multiple roasters or a roaster partnering with multiple actors in their own value chains. It can be also about finding out what other products, financial products, are becoming available. There is more and more innovation going on also from the perspective of the impact investors. More and more product that can become feasible for smaller organizations to shift to a more sustainable form of financing their role in the chain. And so for the roaster, how I can use a greener form of financing my purchasing channels, for example. Another aspect that is relevant is there are also more and more organizations in the realm of the United Nations, the intergovernmental agencies, specialized NGOs that are trying to function as intermediaries between roasters, exporters, importers, traders at the local level, producers organizations, trying to create platforms to link up those actors develop a common system of measuring the impact and link it to access to investments and financing. So I'd say I won't be. I will be truthful. It's difficult. There are still challenges to enter into this type of financing and system. But I think that there are a lot of margins in the future to grow in this sense and to link to initiatives that are trying to do this properly. And already knowing a bit more of the map of the actors, who does what in impact investing in coffee, can be a starting point to understand what contribution you can develop.
Yeah, that's a great starting point, I think, for everyone. And I'm glad that you showed the slide that you did that had the different interest rates, for example, and, you know, between traditional investing and impact investing. And even I would imagine that for some people, it might be new information to know that I think it was 12% impact investing, you know, may still feel like higher than would be expected. That's not something that I think of many people, especially, you know, companies that are just getting started and just beginning to think about this, on the buying side, being particularly familiar with. And this is one of those realities that everyone, it seems like, even larger companies, but everyone on the sort of production side of coffee is very, very familiar with. So starting to, you know, to recognize some of these realities, I think even if it's going to be difficult for a small buyer to exert a lot of leverage, is something that can be part of a conversation in the context of a trading relationship.
Yeah, and if I can add something on this, let's also consider that also the countries where roasters are based are increasingly trying to develop impact investments programs, looking both at the national and the foreign level. So I'm based in Canada. The Canadian government a couple of years ago created a huge fund for impact investments targeting new social enterprises. So there are funding, also public funding in Canada, probably in the US, in the European Union, for companies like roasters that would like to commit to a different form of organizing their value chains, their supply chain. And those are also options that you could consider, because a roaster can also become, if you want, a service provider, generating sustainability in the chain based on what practices you decide to develop. Of course, for a small roaster, it can be challenging it can be a lot to take on an impact investment loan, having to report it. So again, there a key aspect I'd say is to focus on trying to develop partnerships that can help you navigate those issues. Partnership with actors upstream your chain, your supply chain, and with NGOs or other accelerators or organizations that can have technical competencies to support you in developing a solution, a sustainable solution to your supply chain.
I had one quick question, and then I do want to bring in an audience question, but about that sort of small roaster piece again. I noted when you were talking about the needs that investors have to better understand the supply chain. I appreciated that too. That yes, investees do need to, have a basic financial management, and sometimes things are lacking, but also investors often there are things that they don't understand and limitations on the investor side also. And I wonder whether that's something that roasters who are take pride in coffee education, is there any sort of opportunity for is that marketing, is it targeted, is there is that something that the consuming side roles could take on?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a lot of impact investors, and coffee does much better than other sectors, but a lot of impact investors have sometimes no clue of, so they know the basics of the fundamentals, and there are exceptions, even within the impact investors. Root Capital, for example, or Oiko Credit, or these more non-profit oriented ones have been working with the agricultural sector for decades, so they're more experienced in that. There are other sectors that are entering now the business, and they sometimes prefer to partner with the big roaster because there's already a better knowledge of the system, of the chain, versus the small roaster because they cannot gauge exactly what's the profitability model there. So it's really about trying to develop more fora, more spaces for discussion, for sharing information. Impact investors, small roasters, producers organizations, exporters. At the end of the day, as for anything that then leads to innovation and improvements in sustainability, is about creating a shared knowledge and understanding of what's the problem, what's the business case for solving the problem in a sustainable way, and then developing the common solution, right? So there's starting to be spaces like that, but a lot of times it's also about the entrepreneurial vibe of the roaster or other global value chains operators that can be more or less eager to engage with impact investors and explore solutions potentially together.
Yeah, I appreciate that reminder on the sort of need for continued innovation and conversation about how it could look different.
Yeah.
And I want to, can I ask one last question? I know we're almost at time, but there was a question in here from Ben about the idea of patient capital, which I think we had a question about that, that you answered without even needing me to host, as an impact investor come into play, especially on expectations on interest or equity when not investing for working capital, but rather for PP&E or CapEx.
Yeah. So to given the small amount of time, I will try to be very brief about this and to generalize. So it really depends from, it changes a lot, impact investor to impact investors, because again, you have the impact investors, so-called impact first, where that are ready to accept a patient capital for not just for working capital, but also for other type of investments, as long as they are supported with a business plan. And as long as there are some form of safety nets for the investment, such as technical assistance on the field and measurement. Some impact investors that are less impact first, that are more careful about their bottom line in terms of profitability, for them the question is a bit, the issue is a bit more complex. What I'd say is that a key element there is relating to the opportunity to also have blended capital solutions, right? And so you can be ready as a profit first impact investor to accept a patient capital solution, also an equity investment in machineries or plant and crop renovation that maybe take 4 or 5 years before showing productivity, when there is the co-participation, for example, of an international agency or a government, which are matching the private investment, the private capital. And so you can reduce the risk and the interest payment overall for the producer, because you have a capital preservation margin for the public part of the blended solution and a higher interest rate from the private component. I hope I've been clear enough, but then I can address anybody that has a question can write me and I can try to be more precise about that. Later on.
I think that's probably a good, as good a place as any to end in the offer to respond to people's questions. You know, either I can email you or even if you want to join us in the chat, you know, after your presentation is over, maybe you can respond to a few of the things that have come up and just clarify a couple of the points that people have questions about.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're coming to the end of the session, and I want to thank you for you know, giving us that overview and putting that whole explanation together. I feel like I definitely have a better sense of impact investing than I did an hour ago, thankfully.
And that was the goal.
Yeah, and for everyone else too, I hope that some of the viewers are inspired to think about how purchasing relationships can be used as leverage, and up there on the production side, how some of these tools may be accessible and may, you know, benefit them, or what they might need to do to be ready to pursue them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was a great opportunity. I hope that everybody in the audience got at least a little something out of the presentation. This is a very complex new phenomenon. I tried to simplify as much as possible to convey a lot of information, and I hope that it helped. It was a pleasure to contribute to the Green Coffee Summit.
Thank you, Tommaso. So as I said at the beginning of the day, it would not be possible for us to do this event or make all of this knowledge freely available in the resource library without the sponsors of the Green Coffee Summit. So we're going to spend a minute or so before we get to the next presentation learning about Sankofi and Mercanta, two of our supporters. And then it'll be time for the final session of the day, in which my colleague Mansi Chakshi, SCA's Regional Community Director for the Americas, will be hosting a panel featuring different perspectives on the North American coffee market. So I'm looking forward to hearing about their experiences and continuing the learning.
Here at Mercanta, we care deeply about coffee quality, the extraordinary stories behind all of the amazing producers we buy coffee from, and we value each and every relationship we make with all of those producers. We've been trading specialty coffee since 1996 and have offices all throughout the world in the United States, London, Glasgow, Berlin, Singapore, and the Middle East. We are proud to sponsor this year's Green Coffee Summit.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mansi. I'm the Regional Director for the Americas here at SCA, part of the Community Experience team, and I'm honored to be your host for this upcoming session for Green Coffee Summit. We're going to get more familiar with the North America market. I'm going to pull up some slides, and thank you again for joining us. One second while we get our slides here. There we go. Okay. And here we are. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to share some data about coffee consumption trends in North America, with the particular focus on United States. And then I'll be joined by 3 panelists who work in this region to hear more about their perceptions and experiences buying and selling coffee. We drew a lot of this data from Euromonitor, which is a market research firm we have partnered with for many years to complement some of what we know from our community surveys with national level consumption data. We also have more information about the United States because for the past 2 years, the SCA has partnered with the National Coffee Association, or NCA, to produce and publish the National Coffee Data Trends Survey. So here are some good things to know about the region. First, the US is the largest single consumer coffee market in the region and the world, dwarfing Mexico and Canada. Also, while North America is a single landmass, it does not operate like a single market when it comes to coffee. The footprint of some brands like Tim Hortons extends across national boundaries. There are many similarities between markets, especially the US and Canada, but sellers should also recognize differences between the countries, particularly as regulations and responses to COVID in recent years have differed from country to country. All three countries saw a drop in coffee retail volumes in 2020 and have rebounded since, though different retail categories have benefited in each region. Likewise, all three countries have seen a shift to more in-home consumption and premiumization in response to lockdowns. Keurig Dr. Pepper Inc. remains leadership of retail, what we know in the US as grocery, coffee in 2021. So with the 21% retail value share, this is what we're seeing on this slide, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. So let me start over. Keurig Dr. Pepper Inc. retains leadership of retail, what we see in the US as grocery, with the 21% retail value share, and Starbucks is the leading food service or brewed coffee player at 32%. It's also worth noting that Starbucks has a grocery presence through its partnership with Nestle. In the US, the bars and pubs category has made a stronger recovery than cafes or coffee and tea shops. Shift to home coffee preparation is persistent and affects market for super premium coffees, micro lots. Despite the challenges in and out of home sales, brands continue to innovate how they reach consumers at home, including subscriptions, think of Onyx, and the use of social media. Think of all the TikTok beverage fads that we're seeing. Next, I'll share some insights from the National Coffee Data Trends Survey I mentioned a few minutes ago. For this survey, the research firm interviews hundreds of coffee drinkers, and the results are always interesting. For example, in January 2022, 66% of Americans aged 18 and over said they had a coffee the day before. This is a significant increase when compared to July 2021. This is driven by the consumption in the 40-plus age group. Out-of-home coffee preparation remains below pre-pandemic levels, but 84% of respondents made coffee at home, indicating there may be opportunity for coffee companies to market new product offerings to these consumers. In January 2022, 43% had a specialty coffee beverage the day before, the highest level since 2016, which suggests that the pandemic didn't prompt a major shift away from higher value specialty coffee by consumers. In US, the consumers primarily use drip machines at home and consume espresso beverages outside of the home. This is different from the EU, which we'll examine later this week during the Thursday session. You may or may not be surprised to hear that cold brew is still a thing in the winter. 13% of past day coffee drinkers made cold brew, even in January. Also, it's really the younger consumers driving afternoon and cold coffee sales. And that's where a lot of growth is happening. We heard about attributes at the beginning of the day, and now we can look at them in context of consumer preferences. So I know that these slides are too small to read, and thanks to SA's partnership with NCA, the Specialty Coffee Breakout Report in the survey is available to everyone free of charge. So you can dig into the details at a later time on your own. Here are some of the points worth noting. First, association of coffee to any producing country is down versus pre-pandemic, which suggests a shift in priorities in, or at the very least, attention on the part of the consumers. On the other hand, attention to claims and impact of claims on purchasing intent back to pre-pandemic levels. This suggests that consumers are engaged again versus early in the pandemic. When we look at the factors that influence consumer willingness to purchase, we find a mix of intrinsic and extrinsic attributes at the top of the list for impact on intent. So intrinsic is roast level, freshness, natural process. Extrinsic, sorry, can't say this today. Fair price to farmer, treat workers well, grown in an environment environmentally sustainable way. We don't have the same, changing the slide. We don't have the same amount of data from Mexico to pull from, but as a producer and consumer in the region, it's an important country to pay attention to, an interesting market juxtaposed with its neighbor to the north. In Mexico, the category of cafes is the best performing category. In 2021 versus the bars and pubs, coffee, tea specialist shops, juice, smoothie bars. Growth was quite different between chains and independents. Chain specialist coffee and tea shops and many other business types were counted in the survey, contracted in 2021. But independent specialty coffee and tea shops grew by all measures. This includes number of outlets, number of transactions, value. In fact, all of the categories counted, including bars, pubs, juice bars, cafes, specialty coffee and tea shops, the independent specialty coffee and tea shops had the highest percentage in food service value at 24.9%. Brands including Cielito Querido and Juan Valdez continue to expand their presence across channels from food service to retailing and vice versa. Both Juan Valdez and Nescafe are expanding their offerings of coffee machines to convenience and grocery stores, betting that consumers will be eager to partake in premium coffee without visiting the specialized shops. One shift worth paying attention to is the choice of the Canadian brand Tim Hortons. They entered Mexico and use only Mexican coffee from Chiapas in its outlets, thus meeting the local taste preference of Mexican consumers. In Canada, juice smoothie bars were the best performing category in 2021 versus the bars and pubs, cafes, coffee and tea, specialty shops, as we were discussing. Consumers cite health concerns and alcohol consumption being down since the beginning of the pandemic. It's worth noting that the data shows the number of retail outlets dropped in 2021 from 2020 across the category of specialty coffee and tea shops. Both chains and independents are included. But the number of transactions and value were both up from 2020. In terms of similarities and differences with the US market, Starbucks Coffee Canada Inc. is the food service leader in Canada, as well as here, with 25% food service value. Differentiating the two in Canada, 60.5% of businesses operating reported that they needed that PPE to operate PPE in order to operate in accordance with the COVID-19 related public health guidelines. This seemed interesting in contrast to the US, where businesses were less regulated. Also, they sustained COVID-19 related closures, and the fact that there were more restrictions in Canada around gathering publicly means that the 2019 and 2020 drops were pretty steep. Since the data from macro level reports like the ones we use to compile this overview takes a few months to collect, process, and publish, we're inevitably a few months behind today's trends. Looking at where we are now, it's possible to forecast some of the factors that will be impacting businesses in this coming year, including the pressures of inflation and supply chain disruptions, which continue to affect the coffee trade, even if they're not making news the same way they were a year ago. Also, the rising costs of hiring and staffing is a consideration for employers of all sizes, and workers continue to experience burnout and seek alternatives to low-paying, stressful work, like some of the positions that the coffee industry relies on. Thankfully, there are opportunities as well as challenges. The high percentage of respondents making coffee at home across all markets, particularly in the US, suggests that the direct-to-consumer channels are still worth exploring. It's not just a pandemic thing. The renewed interest in claims attributes is a reminder of how companies use information to differentiate coffee products. Also, cold coffee and afternoon coffee consumption present opportunities for growth and product experimentation. it's nothing to say of functional beverages. Finally, we should continue to pay attention to domestic consumption in Mexico, which is one of the many coffee-producing countries with a rapidly evolving and innovating culture of coffee drinking. Next, I'm going to have my panelists join me on video here. As they are getting settled in, I want to share how the rest of this hour will go. Our panelists will share their individual experiences that complement this general overview that we just reviewed. And at the end, I'm going to leave some time so that the audience can ask a few questions. I'm joined by Anna, Janine, and Stephanie, and we're going to talk about what we're seeing in the market and what's working for buyers and sellers. Let me just get Anna up here. And maybe while she's coming back on the screen here, we can start with some of the intros. Now, I know everybody has access to the speaker bios, but I thought it would still help to have our speakers just introduce themselves really quickly, talk a little bit about your role at your company, what your company does, and specifically what business you do in the North American market. Would it be okay to start with you, Janine?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone, or evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Janine Aroyan. I am the founder and owner of JNP Coffee. And JNP Coffee, we produce and export and import specialty coffee from Burundi, which is my home country. And I'm also a board member at the Specialty Coffee Association, SCA, and just so glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Why don't we have Stephanie go next?
Hi, thank you again, Monsi and SCA, for inviting us all to be here today. My name is Stephanie Alcala. In March 2020, I joined RGC Coffee, a purpose-driven, family-owned green coffee importer. RGC's core mission is to deliver innovative and scalable business solutions to make the world a better place. I began as a trading assistant to our current president, Natalie Gabbay, and I now work in sustainable sales and communications, really trying to grow our value-added in-brand line of sustainable coffees. And about half of our business is done here in North America, where we buy coffees around the world, primarily Latin countries, and then handle the logistics and services to bring and deliver the coffee here to our clients.
Thank you, Stephanie. And Anna.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Nancy, for inviting me to the panel. My name is Anna Abatoglu, and I work for Cup of Excellence and Alliance for Coffee Excellence. I'm the Managing Director for Membership and Marketing. Previously, I actually worked for Alliance for Coffee Excellence and Cup of Excellence back in 2013, 2014. My experience is in the food and... Oh, hard to hear me. Okay. Sorry, I turned it up a little bit more. Okay. Let me know if you can hear me better now. Okay, cool. So I previously worked for the 5th largest hog slaughterhouse in the U.S. and I also worked for a very large brewery based here in Oregon, and I worked for a big beverage distributor. So my experience is in food and beverage, mostly beverage, and I've been with Cup of Excellence since 2020, right before the pandemic hit. And our mission is really to recognize and reward coffee producers. And I'm really happy to be a part of this panel and to talk with you all.
Thank you. Sorry, it is a little bit scratchy, so maybe we'll figure that out while we move along. But I got most of it, and I think what audience can see here is that we've selected some panelists that come from various regions across the US, also different types of companies. And that's just going to be really valuable because the experiences that they each share is going to be obviously different. And hopefully there's something that every audience member can connect with from what they're going to have to say. So I'm really grateful for having Janine, Anna, and Stephanie here. Thank you so much. And I think the next part that I want to make sure that we get into is looking into the current market for buyers and sellers of green coffee. What we've talked about is so far is just your roles and responsibilities, and we heard all of this data and trends that are happening. But from your experiences, can you tell us what you're seeing in the current market? And again, this is not reflective of the entire North America market, but this is just the experience of Janine, Stephanie, and Anna. So we'll start with, can we start with you, Anna? Let's see if this. Can't hear you yet. Says you're unmuted, but well, let's jump to Stephanie. We'll come back.
Okay. So working for RGC, a full service green coffee importing company for the past 2.5 years, I see two major trends. One, the cost of logistics has sharply increased, and two, transit times have almost doubled, from delayed crops due to weather to hard to obtain bookings to delayed strippings to securing truckers. Everything's just taking longer. So the current market, from my perspective, is everything's more expensive for everyone and everything is taking longer. So plan ahead.
I know that act of planning ahead has never been truer in these times, right? Janine, what do you have to share from your experience? Is that similar to Stephanie, or I know you have some other experience on the ground at the producer level as well?
Menti, do you want to rephrase your question? The video is not stable. I don't know if you experienced the same problems, but I am getting in and out in terms of the video. Can you please ask your question again? Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. We're able to see you and hear you just fine. And I was just asking about your experience in the current market for buyers and sellers. Like, what are you experiencing at this moment? What's the current trends that you're seeing?
So the current trends that we are seeing right now are very similar to actually what Stephanie has said, in terms of the issues in regarding to logistics still are the biggest, challenges that we are still facing right now. And we are trying to get ahead of it at this point and trying to get shipments out of Africa as soon as possible. And some of the trends also we have seen here lately is just a little bit of a shift. We've seen some of the consumers, roasters particularly, who have, chosen to, shift a little bit in terms of what they are going to be buying, this harvest, and letting the coffee that have arrived late due then again to the global challenge with logistics last year, sink in and get those coffee being utilized before they can, get on the schedule and then start ordering for the new harvest. So those are like the typical trend that I'm seeing. It's not everybody across the board, but I'm seeing a lot of hedging, if I might say, where some roaster might say, yeah, I think I'm going to just see if I can skip this, this time. We're not giving up on you. We're not giving up on the country, but we are going to just, skip it a little bit, and we can be able to catch up, with our inventory and then come back later. Those are some of the trends that I want to share, that I have been seeing, on and off with some roasters.
Yeah, and that makes it super difficult to create that relationship model that everyone wants to seek, right? So that's a big point. Thank you for bringing that up, Janine. Anna, how about you? Are you audible now? No, it's still not showing your volume. Okay, we will come back. I know Anna has a couple of really great points to share, so I want to make sure we figure this out. But as soon as we have you audible, we'll get you back in here. Janine, you mentioned some of that roaster purchasing decisions, and that's actually one of my next questions. I wanted to have all of the panelists share about like purchasing decisions. What do those look like for customers, for roasters, for consumers? And the impact, like, I mean, just because roasters are saying to you, Janine, that, hey, we can't, purchase right now and we're going to come back later, that coffee's still there. So what are the things that you're having to do to get that coffee sold? And it's just interesting to hear about the struggles on both ends, which you have a unique perspective on.
Sure. Do you want me to go first, or do you want Stephanie to answer the question?
Yeah, why don't you go, since you went into that topic already? Let's just go into that.
So I think, so some of the creativity, I guess it's always about, being creative and trying to think about differently and trying to do things a little bit different to, try to reach different markets. So some of the things that actually we are doing for the first time, us at JNP Coffee, we are for the first time ever, we are going to launch a private auction, which I'm very, very excited actually to be able to share the news here. And this private auction hopefully is going to kind of help us to to showcase some of the amazing coffees coming from Burundi, and hopefully also be able to open opportunities for others who have never tried our coffee, have never known about even Burundi as a country, or even like a great origin for specialty coffee, to be able to try those coffee and be able to have access to those coffee and really be able to expand that reach than what we currently have right now.
Thank you. Stephanie, do you want to jump in here too on just purchasing decisions that you're noticing from your customers?
Yeah, from my side, Janine, also, that's really exciting. So congratulations on that. And yeah, I guess what I've been seeing, I think what the pandemic really brought to light was how there are challenges across the board for everyone. But right now, we're living in a climate-driven coffee world, and we need to really focus on providing solutions for coffee growing communities. And from purchasing, everyone wants to buy sustainable coffee. They want to support people and the planet. But I see that two factors are really the driving forces behind purchasing decisions right now. And that's quality and price. Coffee has to meet, first and foremost, quality expectations and the demand from consumers. And it must be price competitive. Only if these two factors are met, then we can take into consideration sustainability. But it's been really difficult to really it's to find the price, the quality, and the sustainability initiatives all in one. But that's what ideally everybody, in an ideal world, that's what everybody wants.
Yeah, that's the wish list, right? And then coupled with what you both mentioned earlier, the fact that people have to plan early, which may or may not happen for everybody, to know what they're wanting to purchase, and also all the delays that we're seeing, right? So it is a tricky marketplace. I mean, and this isn't, all of these issues are not new, but all of them happening all at the same time, definitely something a bit more of a challenge than previous years. I know that we have Anna back, and I really want to try to get her some airtime here. Are you audible? Can you hear us yet? No? Maybe try those headphones back in. Okay, yeah, let's have Anna call in, because there are some really cool things that she shared with us earlier, and I would love to have her speak to those. Let's kind of go into, while we wait for Anna to come back, here's what I'm going to ask Janine and Stephanie, at least for the next question and for a few minutes here. We can definitely talk about, some of these like challenges that I know everyone can relate to, but I think one of the interesting things in your perspectives are what is going to be happening, what you're kind of seeing based on your roles for future market trends. So maybe we can jump into that question, and then we can come back to some of what some of the answers from Anna's perspective after that. So and we can also open it up to questions from the audience, which I know I see some of those coming in. So give us a few minutes here and we'll just see if we can't do our moderated session first and then get into those questions. But let's talk to Janine and Stephanie real quick about any of the future trends that they're going to be able to share based on their experience.
All right, I think I'm going to go, Stephanie. I was waiting for you to take the mic. I think in terms of future trends, and actually I kind of want to mention to what Stephanie had just said earlier, which I think is very, very important in terms of trying to figure out, how to balance between, price, quality, and sustainability, which I think it's very key, given where we are and just the industry being very sensitive on the price. Some of the things that I think I had mentioned about this private auction that we have launched that we are doing for the first time in terms of like future trend and also some of the things that we are doing very differently on our end is actually to utilize the proceeds for the private auction we're going to be launching to do more of the sustainable programs that we think are very important and very vital to places like Burundi where we source our coffee. So those are the things that I think are very important, and also some of the things are the future, for the market that are very important in terms of the certification. Like we know, most of the small coffee holders in places like Burundi, they cannot afford to actually pay for their own certification. So most of the time, it becomes like companies like ourselves, even our partners, roasters who will be engaging in trying to support some of those initiatives to actually bring in those certification they are looking for, that being the rainforest, that being the organic certification, because those, they sometimes not cost a lot of money, but they also takes time to implement. So those are the initiatives that we are taking forward, which I think are very, very exciting for us because it's a first where we use the net proceed for what's going to be coming out of this private auction we are launching in November that we are going to be utilizing to do more training in financial literacy, which we think are extremely important for women coffee farmers, and also doing things like training in coffee for the youth in coffee specifically, and also being able to provide some funding for these certifications that are very needed for our clients and as well as for the environment and as well as the world that we live in. So that's what I have to share on our end.
Janine's just saving the world one coffee at a time. I love it. Thank you. That's amazing. Stephanie, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, something similar on the lines of, I think it's really important to have boots on the ground. So similar to Janine's work and her company, we do similar work at RGC Coffee. We have an incredible sustainability department and team based in Bogota, Colombia. And what we've really been doing is developing community projects across our supply chains. And we co-develop these projects together with coffee growing communities, with our in-country partners, exporters, suppliers, civil society organizations. And so for the past really 15 years, but the past, I say 8 years, they've really become these holistic sustainability programs that are scalable and replicable by design. And so what we've been really working towards is building these programs across our supply chains to develop local solutions and together with our partners on the ground. And so by providing local solutions, we're reinvesting into the economies of our coffee growing partners and just really investing in building resilient and sustainable supply chains. And so it's this shift away from, if you're working with your partners and you have trusted partnerships rooted in shared value, then you can move away from certifications and really understand that your coffee purchases are making real impact that is carried through the entire supply chain. And like you're saying about these long-term partnerships, it's really crucial to have these so that you can maintain your sustainability initiatives. And so working at RGC, our benefit really is that we're able to use economies of scale, and then our strategic position in the supply chain as an importer. We have one foot in producing countries and one foot in consuming countries. And so we're this bridge of sustainability.
No, I love that. And both, I mean, these are both different types of tools that are available to everyone here in the North American market. If you're looking to purchase coffee, working with your importer, whether you be aligned on the mission fulfillment work and ensuring that there's boots on the ground, like Stephanie said, or you're seeking because of your alignment to a certain certification. I think this is great because both of you are sharing these different perspectives that I think a lot of the audience, especially a lot of the roaster community, can align themselves with. And let's remember that these are tools available to us, especially in times when it's not as accessible to go out and visit because of the expenses that are associated with it, right? So if you really want to expand your offering and you're looking for newer ways to do that, please consider what Stephanie and Janine are saying here, especially in terms of having a resource available that's literally within your fingertips right here. So I appreciate those perspectives right there. And I see Anna, and I really want her to say a few words.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Oh yeah, big fans.
Oh God, tried the all on and off, and it yeah. So yeah, good old trusty phone is working. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the first kind of the first topic about the kind of like what's the market for buyers and sellers of green coffee. And with Cup of Excellence and Alliance for Coffee Excellence, we are a membership-based organization, and we've seen. I looked at the numbers yesterday for North America, and we've been up 270% since right before the pandemic. So we are seeing big support from the U.S. and that's just, and it's a mix of, you know, lapsed members, of members that have been, you know, that have maybe come back after a long period of time, existing members, and just brand new members. And I think it's you know, I think it's a big change with in terms of like bringing on new programs to Cup of Excellence. I think that's helping to create some interest and draw in more buyers into our markets.
Yeah, and then Anna, you also had a really interesting perspective on purchasing decisions. You're able to see something kind of unique based on your position at this organization. Could you share a bit of that too?
Yeah, there's a lot, very multi-pronged. I mean, we are seeing an uptick in buying groups. And so, you know, sometimes it's hard to digest like buying a full Cup of Excellence lot. So we've been putting together buying groups, you know, so basically we organize it all on WhatsApp. And these can be international buying groups. They can be buying groups just in one country, basically, you know, and it could, you know, a buyer could just want one box or they could want 5 boxes. And
it's helping to just bring in more buyers and to make, bringing in coffee a lot more digestible. And it really, sometimes it forms very organically. We have these WhatsApp channels for each competition, and it's kind of in the Cup of Excellence ecosystem. So buyers will start talking and they're like, hey, I'm looking at this one, this one, this one. And another buyer says, I like that too. And then sometimes these decisions happen before an auction. Sometimes it's during an auction because they don't know, like, oh, the price went up, by double what I wanted to pay. And so they, so maybe they back out. And also after the auction too, if some, a buyer a bidder didn't win, but they still want a piece of the, Columbia, 22 Cup of Excellence competition, they check in with our group and say, hey, we're looking for, can someone sell me a bag? And now we have it. It's really easy to join a buying group because basically everything just gets shipped directly from origin to your country. So it's very straightforward. And then basically just you pay to origin directly. So it doesn't go through like the lead buyer. But then, we're also seeing purchasing decisions based off of, other factors like, maybe they're, someone's been buying coffee from a particular region in a country, and then they see that there are a few Cup of Excellence winners coming out from that same region. So they buy based off of that, and they buy based off of trusting the jury's evaluation. So without even tasting coffee, sometimes they look at the scores and they look at who was on the jury, and they know that these jurists, both the national jurists who are the the best coffee tasters in that particular country, they know the coffees very well, and then the international jurists, they see these these coffee tasters, and they're like, okay, we trust them, we trust their evaluation techniques, and it's Cup of Excellence is we have a very strict protocol, and I think that there's some trust in the general community. So those are a few trends, a few topics to bring up.
Yeah, and thank you. I'm so glad your audio is working now. And absolutely, what you're saying about trust is, I think that's the theme, right? When things get challenging, yes, you have to innovate. Yes, you have to figure out new solutions for how to make your purchasing decisions work. But at the same time, let's not forget that these organizations, all of them, like Janine's business, Stephanie's part of a bigger group that imports coffee, and then even, Anna, like, I think all three panelists have been able to share that there is a lot of work going in at the organization level to not just win that trust, but to really prove to the customers that this is part of the mission and values of those organizations, and they want to share that back with the customer. And those are the types of tools that I hope that the audience is able to take away. I know that we're talking about all different sizes here, like all types of folks that are purchasing, maybe big containers or small like bags, like Anna was saying, from those roasting groups. But that's what's really nice to know, that we have a real big ones for first of all, the US is so big, so there is a lot of different customers here. But at the same time, what the market is telling us is there's space for all of us too, right? So I do want to, any other comments from our panelists? I don't want to shut off our moderated session, but I do want to get to some of the questions that the audience would be giving us. But feel free to chime in here. You can all unmute now that we're all audible. I love it. We're back to that point.
I have a question actually for Anna.
Go for it.
I'm just curious if you could explain, I guess how do you generate awareness and promote these auctions within the countries that you host them in? Like, how do you get farmers and producers to participate?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in each country we have an in-country partner, and we work with them to socialize the competition. It's a long process. It doesn't happen just one call, hey, out to like one call to all the farmers, hey, submit your coffees now. There's a lead up to it, and there are a lot of follow-ups. And so basically the in-country partner will send a message out to all the producers, and any producer can enter their coffee in Cup of Excellence. And with that, there's a certain timeline and when they have to submit their coffee to meet all to start the pre-selection process, and then to go from the national stage and the international stage. So yeah, and it really depends. Like every country has their way of their effective way of communicating. But yeah, that's how we work with our partners. And there is and of course we're always trying to get better. We're always looking for continuous improvement. So yeah, we try to make sure all the producers in the country know.
Thank you. I do see a question for Anna as well from the audience. It has to do with some of my retailer friends report lagging sales on COE coffees, especially in the US. They say this is due to increased price sensitivity. Any comments? That definitely is in line with what all of you have shared already, that there's increased costs and a lot of lead time needed. But Anna, if you want to share from that.
Yeah, I know that's interesting. I know I've heard it sometimes a higher price can help the customer ask like, hey, why is this coffee price a little bit higher? And that helps to start the conversation on what Cup of Excellence is. And in terms of, I think it's, there's a lot of factors too with the higher price. I mean, some customers are like just looking at a price and that's how they make their decision. But we're really trying to bring a face to coffee and really trying to show that this is life-changing coffee. And so we see success in some retailers who are able to maybe have specific tactics, like they're giving out free samples of the coffee, and so customers are able to try it. Like, oh, I can see why, why that I would want to pay a little bit more. This is a premium product. So I think it maybe goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning. Like, what are some of the factors, like the intrinsic and extrinsic factors that customers are looking for, and hitting on those and relating it back to why Cup of Excellence coffee is so special. Because you can connect those to Cup of Excellence coffee. With all of our winning lots, we have farm stories, we have photos of the farmer, and you do see retailers taking advantage of that and helping to connect the farmer to the consumer.
Yeah, and something you had mentioned in our pre-interviews, Anna, was regards to you all looking at new locations as well. And it sounds funny to say new locations because these locations always existed, but newer coffees to the COE offerings. You had a specific name for those types of auctions, right?
Yeah. So so we are, one thing we're working on is expanding our programming, and through that we are working on a pilot program, a Cup of Excellence pilot program right now with Thailand. We just announced the winners, and then we're also working. We have a private collection auction series. So again, it's aligned with our mission to discover quality coffee and make sure that producers are rewarded. So we have, we did something called the Best of Yemen with Kima Coffee. We've been doing that program, private collection auction, with them for a few years. We've been working with Taiwan, which has been super, super successful. We've had 2 auctions so far, and that's we started working with them back in 2021. And, you know, we're talking with them now about possibly doing a Cup of Excellence. So, but it's not, you know, there's a lot of lead up and organization to get to that point. And yeah, and then we work with other, you know, even countries where we have an existing Cup of Excellence competition. We are focusing more on a specific area. So we have, we're doing an auction that's actually, it's the coffees are getting evaluated right now. It is, it's with Silvio Lette. So it's going to be basically Silvio Lette's Secret Treasures. And we're focusing on the Bahia region, which is actually an original region where specialty coffee was identified. And of course, Brazil is the birthplace of Cup of Excellence. So, you know, we have Brazil, but we are, for this private collection auction, we're really just focusing on a small area. And with that, you know, we're able to pinpoint specific quality and to also, you know, celebrate.
Did we must have hit a pause. Can you guys hear me? You can? Okay. Oh boy. We hate those technical challenges. Let's see. I see her coming back. You're back. Go for it if you want to finish your thought there, Anna. You got cut off right there.
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so I guess like the endpoint is we're just trying to continuously to discover new quality in coffee.
Yeah, continue that innovation and keep looking for the new areas, right? So we have one more question. If you can hang in there, make sure your technology does not go away. Wondering how do they, so how does your organization determine the best cuppers in each country? If you have any information to share for that.
Yeah, so we have, so to basically for the national jury, they have to go through a testing. It's a 2-day long period where they are, you know, they're cupping and they're taking tests. And they have a final test at the end. They're working with a head judge, and it will be actually so we have various head judges working with doing the national jury testing. So yeah, so it's a process. So once the team does get decided, it's kind of a big deal to be a part of that team because they do a lot of heavy lifting. They're the ones evaluating all the coffees that get submitted. So, you know, if it's, you know, certain countries like Ethiopia, it could be over 1,000 coffees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm checking to see if there's any other questions, but while we check in on that, I do have something that I was hoping that Stephanie could expand on. During the interviews, we had spoken a bit about a recent presentation that Stephanie had put together, and it was about more on the topic of sustainability. And Stephanie, I don't know if you have a few moments just to share on that, and I think our audience would find that relevant as well.
Sure. Yeah, I think the topic was the future of responsibly sourced coffee. And it's, I think the ICO just announced that the theme is circular economy. And the talk kind of brushed on that as well. But it's just really that in coffee, there's so many different aspects to it. And that's what makes it so fun and so interesting, that you can view coffee through every single discipline of society, of the world, in nature, of our human interactions. And That's how it connects us all. And so with that comes enormous possibilities of how we can make a real positive impact in this world. And so with coffee, we're trying to move towards a circular economy, zero waste, carbon neutrality, but also that we can really touch upon the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We can address almost every single goal through coffee. And so each of us in the supply chain can really contribute towards sustainable development, whether you're a coffee producer, you're an importer, you're retail, whatever, wherever you are, you have an ability to make a positive impact. And we don't all have to contribute to all of them. We just find our lane, find our passions, and really invest. And it goes back to partnerships. If we're all here in the same industry and we all want to see it thrive. And so we just really need to work together to all do our part. And my prediction for the future of responsibly sourced coffee is just that. Like, how can we all create shared value while moving forward and using our businesses for good?
Hey. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. I know that we didn't get a chance to get that one in. Janine, I want to make sure that you could unmute here and maybe give some closing thoughts as well. I know you have so much to say, but a few minutes, please.
Yeah, so much to say in a very, small time frame, but I, really like what everybody has to share here, the panelists, in terms of the ideas about, it's really about sustainability at the end of the day. I think that's, we have to all keep digging on how do we keep our industry sustainable, and so many different things can be done. Like, Stephanie shared, we can just, each one of us have to kind of find a lane and then follow that lane forward, as long as we are contributing to that sustainability. It's almost like, you have to. It's funny because, in my situation, when I got in coffee, you get into coffee, you're thinking you're going to coffee, but there is just more than just coffee, especially when you're dealing in developing world, when you get the coffee from where most of these coffees from the world are coming from. You can't just be going there just to one thing. In my point of view, quality is the key for specialty coffee. That has to be, the basics of all the discussion. That's how I kind of view, specialty coffee. And then everything else that we do is just icing on the cake. And then what are those icing on the cake are? And in my point of view, it's like those sustainable goals that each one of us, decide to work on and focus on. If it is working with women farmers, which it's a very much of an underutilized, resources that exists, like in our world, especially where coffee is grown. They're the one who do the work in the field, and what can you do more for them? If when like in our case, we propel and very much sustain financial literacy programs, where we get our coffee. And there's just so much to do, and it's like we always start with one place, and then the more you grow, you find there is actually even more to do. Not just only with maybe teaching the farmers how to save money, but also you find out that, oh my goodness, now there is this issue now with environmental that has not been tapped. So like, for example, we are just battling on trying to actually find a way to clean water post processing, which is like a big issue that most people, consumers, even roasters, don't think about. That most of the water that get used, at windmills, end up by going into streams that local community consume. If it's not clean, it makes them sick. So it's just little things like that I think are very, very important that we are after, like in our case, and trying to make sure that waters get clean, so the community doesn't drink, water that's full of high level of acidity, for example. I mean, I can go on and on and on, but that's just like few examples that I can share here. And really, it's not just only us as producers or exporters or importers, but also the roasters and also the consumers. We are all in this together. So how can we find ways and solutions to be really strengthening those issues that are more critical than just quality or than just cost, which I think are vital and also going to sustain the industry overall.
Yeah, thank you, Janine. I think each of the panelists had an opportunity to share just some really cool perspectives. I appreciate the three of you so much. Thank you for your energy and your time, and Anna, thanks, a special thanks for just being persistent to getting to the point where you could be audible with us. I'm so glad each of you had a chance to share. I do really think about everything that you all have said, and it, those closing thoughts especially like warm my heart. Like, it is absolutely something that each of us have some power to make some impact on and some change on. And we need to do it not just for ourselves, but for our businesses, for our industry. And I hope that folks have the energy to kind of see us through this. We're going to keep getting challenges. Those aren't going away, but our ability to work together. And I think somebody had mentioned it earlier. I think Anna was saying about trust. Without that, we don't have a lot to go off of. So the more we can trust each other, the more we can utilize all of the tools that we have available, the more we can keep talking. This type of interaction is so important. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to discuss this topic. I know there's a lot more we can discuss, but I think we covered a good amount of ground today. The topics of, everything that we discussed here, but then also throughout the day, the session that we had before this, we covered big complex topics like ethical purchasing, impact investing, and it's really helpful when people take this time to not just share, but also listen and ask the key questions that function basically to support the buyers and sellers of green coffee. So thank you to our panelists. I want to take a quick moment before we close out the session of this panel, but also for Green Coffee Summit today, to thank our sponsors. Our title sponsor, Barista Attitude, our supporting sponsors, BWT Water and More, Mercanta, and San Coffee Brazil. Your support is so helpful, and it makes everything on this event and these discussions possible. So thank you so much for your support. And finally, thanks to all of you. It's really helpful to have a great audience that was engaged and asking questions. I'm going to go look back and look at some of the comments that you all were leaving. I hope that this was helpful for all of you. I'm learning through all of you as well. So we will be back on Thursday. We're going to hear more about the European market and UK. And I hope that we will see a lot of you again then. You all can feel free to engage on the chat as long as you like, and we will see you again on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.